In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Let's see how I sound. Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I sound a little shitty today. Not too bad. I woke up yesterday, just a terrible head cold. Congestion all over the place, just plugged up as all hell. I might still sound a little plugged up. I feel a hell of a lot better. That Tylenol PM cold and flu will do wonders. It'll get you to sleep. That's number one. But I'm breathing like a pug. Bet you I'm snoring my ass off. I can confirm that, what was it, Saturday into Sunday, SP was like, oh my God, like a lumberjack. Jesus. And I couldn't breathe through the nose. I'm still plugged. I don't know if that's okay or not, but that is a fun feeling. When you can push on your sinuses and you get kind of that numb or tingly feeling. But really all I realize now is I'm pushing all of that shit into my nose. I can feel it going in there, which is probably utterly retarded. But, that feels good. Welcome to the show. Yeah, take some drugs, go to sleep. That should be the world's motto, I suppose. But we have a great show for you today. I'm very excited. ICE was in our town. ICE was here, and if there's still protests and there's still ICE today, I think what I'm going to do after the show is I'm going to get some clips done, put some clips up, which last week, great week of clips and a bunch of new subscribers on the YouTube end of things. Thank you. Our little secondary hobby platform has had a good week. You can't ignore them all the time. I tell you what, man, thank you guys so much for all the sharing and the liking and the following. And I guess thank you to me for providing incredible content. I mean, it's fantastic. So, yeah, ICE was here. There were protests. And, after the show, I'll do some clipping. I'll probably go play some basketball. And then if there are protests going on today, hell, I'll go down there with the phone and record them and talk to them. I don't want to be like that Nick Sorter guy who's like going down there to antagonize them and be like, why don't you guys? Like, it's so retarded to me that these right-wing guys go down to these left-wing protests and then they go, why don't you guys just be more like Republicans? And then their whole point, this is that Cam, whatever his name is, too, Higbee or whatever. This is their whole gimmick. They say, oh, these liberals are crazy. These liberals are nuts. And then they go in there and they poke the bear. And when the liberals act crazy and nuts, they go, oh, I can't believe what a victim I is. I think Cam Higbee's British. I can't remember. But like this Nick Sorter guy, too. This Nick Sorter guy goes down there to the protesters like, don't you guys think you're kind of full of shit? And then they go, get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. And then he's like, oh, I'm being attacked. Call the police, as if the police don't have better things to do than look after some Republican YouTube guy or Twitter guy who's trying to make a name for himself. So I want to go down there. I want to talk to these people. I know St. Cloud had big protests yesterday. I didn't see any of them. And I drove down the east side. I drove through the east side yesterday. I went slumming. But I didn't see any. Apparently, they were all on division. You would think some of that would spill over, but it stayed pretty much condensed on the main drag. And then there were a ton of people in Minneapolis over the weekend. They didn't seem, I think it was Saturday night or Friday night, they got a little bucky. They were going into hotels and they were causing problems. But all in all, we've avoided George Floyd 2.0 so far. And we got some clips from some of these protesters this weekend, boy. Oh, man, some of them are gems. Some of them I almost feel bad for. Like, some of them are so brain rotted that I'm like, oh, no. Somebody did this to me, sort of a thing. Like, they went to college and they just, we got a clip of one lady who's like, you talk about a chihuahua just shaking in the bathroom. This woman said she didn't know if she was allowed to be angry about the woman who got shot in Minneapolis, Renee Good. She didn't know if she could feel bad about that because it would be white privilege for her to feel bad about the white lady being shot by cops. And I'm like, imagine being that broken by your own philosophy. Like you're a prisoner to your own beliefs, that you hate yourself for feeling bad for someone else, but is that okay because that person also, it's too much. But we'll talk about all that today. I didn't want to hit you right off the bat with boom, here's a bunch of ICE stuff. So we got a couple of other things we can talk about before that. Johnny will not be here today. Johnny called me yesterday morning, yesterday afternoon, and he's not feeling well. He's not doing so well. So he's going to deal with some personal stuff today and then hopefully be back tomorrow. We'll see what happens with Johnny. Hell of a show from Oz on Thursday, though. I'm so excited to have Oz back. That is absolutely great. I'm so happy to have Oz back here. All right, guys, you know the drill. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. We're going to have a lot of new friends in here today, thanks to our amazing work the last week or so. One thing I do want you to be careful for, and we'll talk about this when we talk about the ICE stuff, they're doing something here. They're going to do some sleight of hand magic over here. My guess would be further stuff with Venezuela, us somehow getting involved with the Iran stuff that's going on, us maybe intervening on behalf of the protesters, which I think would be a massive mistake because these people already, grassroots, want to get rid of the Ayatollahs. Go for it. I mean, do it. Us get anytime, and I think we've proved this during the Bush administration, and we haven't learned our lesson since. If a country hates its leadership, it will rally behind that leadership if an outside entity comes in to attack its country. So let them hate the Ayatollah. Let them protest. Let them get out in the streets and burn shit down and do their thing. Not our pig, not our farm, not our country. But I worry that while Trump's going, hey, I'm going to cap your credit card interest, which, by the way, that's going to be hilarious, the coverage we have of that. We're going to cap your credit card interest. Somali fraud. More protests in Minnesota over ICE. They're going to pull some kind of a dirty move. But we'll get to all of it eventually at some point today. First of all, and I say this very conflicted. Congratulations to the Chicago Bears, huh? Knocking the Pack out of the playoffs. Yes. And San Francisco got a win. I was very happy about that. I'm not a big San Francisco guy. I just, it was one of those situations where I hate them less. I hate San Francisco less. Same thing. And then the Rams ended up beating the Panthers. I like the Rams, man. I think the Rams got a shot to win the whole thing. Stafford's he's even at his advanced age, he's having a career year. He's got lots of weapons over there. I like the Rams. Do I like the Seahawks? Is it going to be a thing where Darnold's going to choke again like he did last year? I don't know. The NFC's got a lot of live bodies in it. I'm just glad the Eagles didn't advance. I'm glad the Packers didn't advance. And as far as the Bills beating the Jags, I guess I didn't really care about that one. I really don't think either of them was going to be a threat. I think New England looked ridiculous last night. New England might be my new pick as I watch it. Because, I don't watch a lot of these teams, their actual games during the year. I'm a Vikings guy. But New England's scary, man. Just all around, offense, defense, the whole way. New England's pretty frightening. So we'll see. George Kittle tore his Achilles last night, yesterday afternoon. And that might be that's it for his season, might be it for his career, because those are 1-year-long injuries. He might miss all of next season. So prayers for George Kittle, one of the best to ever do it at his position. But look, playoffs are playoffs. I know a lot of you don't like football, which is gay. I mean, it's so gay not to like football. You guys are so lame. But hey, Eagles fans, I'm really sorry. I feel really bad for you Eagles fans being out of the playoffs and all. It breaks my heart every time you guys get eliminated. It's couldn't happen to nicer people. By the way, Annoyed Wawa supervisor with a great question. How the fuck do you get a cheese grater through security? So Bears fans brought these cheese graters because, Packers, cheeseheads, Wisconsin, the whole deal. When the game was well in hand, because the Packers were up 21-3, the Bears came back and won 31-27. And Bears fans brought cheese graters and blocks of cheese, and they started grating cheese in the stands, like shitloads of them, which only tells me I'll never go to a game in Chicago. These motherfuckers are sneaking weapons into the building. Only in Chicago, really. Although, they're made of metal. I was going to say, if they're not made of metal, you could get through at US Bank Stadium. I mean, they just have metal detectors. How do you get it? Are there non-metal cheese graters? I don't know. But those looked metal to me. They're just in the crowd grating cheese. And then like a really shitty thing for the janitor staff at Soldier Field to have to clean up all your goddamn cheese shavings now. They're going to have to go around with a big shop broom sweeping those up. But either way, fun weekend of football. I did want to mention this. I don't know if anyone watches this show. Historically White says, this question is going to bother me all day. It's one of those weird things that doesn't matter at all. There's no point to it. But how? How did they get all those cheese graters in through security? This is like the Department of Homeland Security, the airline security people. They'll do these tests where they'll have people from the government bring weapons into the airport, and they'll find out that like 80% of their knives and shit are getting through security. That the airport security is worthless. Like people, like knives, like not even like trying to hide it, like concealed weapons, just knives, bringing knives on the plane. Like you could probably get one of those old timey black circle bombs with a wick coming out of it through the Department of Homeland Security. It's awful. Roots says you just keister it. That makes sense. Bear fans are known for their ample capacity assholes. So keistering cheese graters. Well, hey guys, there you go. We solved that mystery. Oh, Josh Allen tweaked his knee yesterday as well. Yeah, people are saying it's the artificial turf they're using that's causing guys to get hurt. But then again, like they've compared it with other years, and it's not that uncommon. Also, the way these guys train now, and some people have said that their muscles are just so tight and they're like so shredded and so ripped that shit's just popping and tearing. It's like more than their frame can handle. I mean, it's true. Go back and look at if you just look at the evolution of athlete from like Dick Butkus to Ray Lewis. I mean, it's insane. Because you see, the black athlete was bred to be superior because in the slave days, oh, Jimmy, don't. Oh, Jimmy, don't. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, breaking news. Local sports flash hopeful formulating plan to sneak weapon into U.S. Bank Stadium, sparking fear in no one. More at noon. All right, guys, here's the number. 27 memberships on Rumble, away from 400. Thank you guys very much. And then if we hit that number, we will go until 11 today. I got to get this off my chest. I don't know how many of you watch Landman, but bro, I think it might be over. I think it might be done. SP and I watch Landman every Sunday. And I don't think it helps that she's watching Better Call Saul for the first time and I'm rewatching it for the second time. Watching a Vince Gilligan show versus watching a Taylor Sheridan show is the difference between a college PhD level chemistry exam and watching a fourth grade science fair. I know Taylor Sheridan's made a lot of really popular shows, Yellowstone, Tulsa King, Landman, of course. But like Vince Gilligan has a bunch of shows, but his two big ones are Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. And watching Landman and Better Call Saul at the same time, which, by the way, controversial take, I think Better Call Saul may even be a better show than Breaking Bad was. Controversial take, I know. But you know, there's this thing in making movies or making TV shows called showing versus telling, you know, where you'll have, and it's about respect for your audience's intelligence. If you show people that something's happening in your story, you can just watch seamlessly and there we go. Okay, I'm following it. If you think that your audience is retarded and they might not get it, you'll have a character say the thing out loud. Like there was an example yesterday. I'm watching Landman. And Billy Bob Thornton's character, everyone's going crazy in this house they own and blah, 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 blah. And he's going nuts. And oh, my God, everyone's talking to everyone on the phone. And then his wife's having a mental breakdown because she's crazy. It's over nothing. And then he gets out the front door and he goes, and to himself, he goes, you don't leave this house as much as you escape it. It's like prison. He says that to nobody. He just says it out loud in case you didn't know that. Whereas I turned to SP and I'm like, if this was a Vince Gilligan show, like in the background on the TV would have been a TV, like an old timey movie about a prison break, like Brubaker or Shawshank would have been on in the background. If this was a Vince Gilligan show, he would have trusted you to believe that, oh yeah, you're showing me that this place is crazy. But in a Taylor Sheridan show, he's got to show you, you big dumb retard. And like the whole episode, it's just like, this show isn't what it was in season 1. I don't give a shit about his wife and daughter. I give a shit about the dramatic oil stuff. And then in last night's episode, spoiler alert, out of nowhere, there's just an attempted rape. Like it's a show about oil and exploration and running a business and dealing with drug cartels and all of this other shit. And then all of a sudden, oh, here, one of our characters, they're going to try to fuck her against her will. And you're like, whoa, this came out of nowhere. There was no reason to do this. And they're like, oh, but this is heavy, right? Well, I mean, yeah, because of the subject matter, but Jesus. So I don't know. I'm not saying I'm done with Landman, but I'm really going to lower my expectations. I have to lower my expectations for that damn show. McBuster says Landman is awful. The disingenuous estrogen-laden garbage is Simp City. Disney approves. Usually I find McBuster to be way too high-strung, but I think he's right about this one. Tim the Toolman Taylor says after Tommy, I don't want to spoil too much, I'm waiting for the next episode. That's going to be interesting, but here's my thing, Toolman Taylor. They have an interesting concept with that storyline. They're going to fuck it up. Like, in the lead up to that storyline, they kept cutting into it with stupid mom-daughter shit. And why bring Sam Elliott on if he's just going to be useless? There's no point for him. The storyline for the ex-wife and daughter is completely useless. I agree. Cockdiff says, thanks for the spoiler, fuckface. I didn't tell you who. What a weird thing I didn't think I'd say on my show this morning. Hey, I didn't tell you who was getting raped. You know, you got a show that goes everywhere. What can I say? Hostile Soldier says Billy Bob will land a man in season 3. Oh, speaking of which, yesterday on yesterday's episode, they had to have a non-binary they, them, vegan character who, I'm not kidding, this is all one character. They identify as they, them, they're vegan, they own a ferret, they meditate, they're easily triggered by things. Oh my God, it was like they were spoon-feeding slop to conservatives, like, right, how about these stupid libtards, guys? And like the daughter's just a cunt to this person from start to finish. And then the mom comes in and yells at the they, them person and is like, yeah, you need to be nicer or you won't have any friends, you fucking retard. And then like her and her daughter go to this fancy swanky hotel and just hang out by the pool with her cheerleader friends. I mean, it felt like I was taking part in bullying. I was like, I was talking to SB. I'm like, how many articles do you think have already been written about this episode that came out today? Like, it was just clear, just bullying of a non-binary person, which, I mean, if it fits the story, fine. But it was, I think Taylor Sheridan maybe hooked up with someone and found a cock that week. And it was like, I'm putting that in the show, these fucking tricksters. It was very odd. It was, people are saying with a ferret. Yeah, it was a trans with a ferret. There was a trans with a ferret who needed to meditate and was vegan, and their dorm was their safe space. And like, it was so heavy-handed. Fox News would have said, "No, this is too much. We can't air this. This is, I mean, it's a little too on the nose." McBuster says, "Holy shit, Billy Bob Thornton turned into a cheesy mainstream bore. No more edgy sling blade, just less balls." Well, I mean, look, he's 70 years old. What do you want him to do? You want him to make fucking Pulp Fiction as a senior citizen? I don't think so. I will say this. Billy Bob wrote Sling Blade. We could let Billy Bob take over the writing of this show. That would be nice. All right, guys, we've got a lot to do today. Let's do it. We're going to get to the ICE protests. We're going to get to a lot of different stuff today. Iran, credit cards. I wanted to start today with you guys gifting 500 memberships. No, I wanted to start today with this Riley Reid situation. I found this on Twitter, but I can't find anything on it in mainstream news, and it's a shame because I think it's fascinating. This happens a lot in the adult film industry. I think we saw it with Lana Rhodes. She last year, she asked people, hey, would you do me a favor? And would you stop sharing all of my old videos? I would really appreciate it if you didn't share all of my old videos. I have a family now. I have a child. I would really like it if I could just live a simple life. And it just, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. Riley Reid, another very famous adult film star, this weekend was saying the same thing. Like, I got kids, I got a family. I'm trying to wipe all my stuff that I did off the internet, all of my butthole stuff and all of those things. So I would really appreciate it if you guys wouldn't share that stuff anymore. Now, here's the problem. That's obviously going to lead to some people just continuing to share it, but it's also a great warning to other people. Like, this is a period in your life. You can do a lot of shit you're going to regret because you're not going to be in this period in your life forever. So if you have a dream of having a family, having a good relationship, having children, don't go in to that line of work. I mean, it's hard for me to feel bad for someone like Riley Reid. I mean, I'm very happy for them that they got out of that industry and that they have a family and all of that stuff. But it's really hard for me to feel bad when you made that decision. It wasn't like that industry was wholesome and good and decent, and then once you got in, you found out it was full of absolute monsters. Like, we all know what that industry is from Jump Street. And while you were making the money and while the videos were getting millions of views, you stayed in, you kept making movies. So, it's not going to work. Asking the internet to do something decent is, I mean, throw a penny in a wishing well and hope for $1 million while you're at it. But also, it is, I think it's good that her videos are going to stay out there because it's a good, let it, if you're Riley Reid and you don't like that, let yourself be the lesson to the next generation that do not do this. Come out and speak out against that industry. Talk about what it's done to you and your life, and then let those videos be out there kind of as like your sacrifice, your penance for making terrible decisions when you were younger, and be the proof to those other women that you can move on from this. Because I think a lot of women don't leave that industry because they feel trapped by it. They feel like they can't leave. Well, I can't find respectability. Well, Riley Reid is evidence that you can, and that you can move on from it. But this idea that, oh, shoot, I have a family, and her rationale is, I don't want my daughter to see it. True. Yes, absolutely. But there's also a learning lesson in that as well when your daughter finds it, that you make mistakes and you can move on from them. Everything can be a teachable moment. But if you run from it and you just try to hide it and cover it up, well, that kind of shows that you're not okay, that you haven't moved on from it. So I like Bigot on Socialist Media says, taking her videos down won't stop anyone sharing them. I bet all the incels have hard drives full of her career. She's a lot of people's favorites. She's a lot of people's favorite performers. So yeah, you're not going to get that stuff off the internet. And also asking to run from it doesn't seem like you're at peace or you've come to grips with what that time in your life was. It's just like, no, just pretend it never happened. Forget about it. Like, blah, blah. Like, okay, let's take, for example, me. I've never been railed out by 4 dudes. Stop yelling liar at your screen, please. I've never been in that industry, but I have mugshots. And there's stories out there. I don't want anyone to delete them. I don't want anyone to forget about them or anything else. I think that is an incredibly valuable, teachable lesson that I can use, because how many times did your parents tell you not to do stuff? And you were like, oh, what do you know? And your parents like, well, I don't know anything about this, that, or the other thing. But, your parents would try to hide stuff from you. Like, I didn't know till I was like a junior or senior in high school, and my parents referenced smoking left-handed cigarettes, which is a boomer term. Speaking of which, ask me about the phrase elephant in the room later in today's show. I want to talk about that. But, they referenced left-handed cigarettes, which is such a boomer thing to say. And I was like, oh, my God, my parents smoked a little weed, like when they were in high school. I did not know that. I have stuff in my past that my kids will find out about, and they can ask me about, and we can talk about it. And I can tell them what a mistake it was and how thankful and lucky I am that I went through it and learned lessons and came out better on the other side. I mean, and how to face adversity and all of that stuff. This is just a personal opinion, but I think running away from adversity and running away from mistakes of your past to your children is maybe teaching them something you don't mean to teach them, but you're teaching it nonetheless. I think facing stuff head on and just being open about it, I think that's the best way to go. And I think that's the best way to go for someone like Riley Reid. I don't want all my old adult films being out there. Okay, again, you ask the internet not to do that, you're probably number 1 on Pornhub right now. She's probably very popular today. And maybe making a little cash, who knows? But asking the internet not to do something is giving them a green flag to do it. They're mentally ill. They're weirdos. And you got to play into that. You can't it's like saying, oh, I wish that right to left brake wasn't on that green. Well, it is, and you got to play it. Same thing with the internet. I wish it wasn't occupied by a bunch of, socially retarded sociopaths. Well, it is. You've got to play it that way. Play it as it lies. But also there's a teaching mechanism in there in your past for your daughter. Don't run away from that. Thank you to Coltrane for starting us off today, gifting a membership over on Rumble. I am so partial to the gifted membership on Rumble. Everybody hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I appreciate that. We want to do big numbers today. I want to see an 8 in our number today. Well, I guess 498 is an 8. I want to see an 8 at the first one. But it looks like we're on our way. We're not even a half hour in. We're hitting 500. Keep it going. Thank you guys very much. Again, let's hit that 8 today. All right, man. We got a lot to get into. Like I said, a lot of this ICE stuff. Oh, yes, he's here. He's here. Guys, actual steel toe wearer is here. Thank goodness. We can now talk about learning lessons based on your past mistakes. Oh, boy. Actual steel toe learner says, your lesson isn't one to be taught. Hey, actual steel toe wearer. Speaking of, now, I don't know what it's like to be a convicted felon. I don't have any felonies on my record. Why don't you go ahead, Alan Daniels, actual steel toe wearer, which, by the way, he was like, yeah, I got doxxed. No, you didn't. You have Facebook accounts. You have everything. You have YouTube accounts with your name, Alan Daniels, on them. Nobody doxed you. It's very simple. It's very easy. Why don't you tell me about teaching people lessons, seeing as Alan Daniels pled guilty to Class D felony theft over $1,000 and got a 2-year suspended sentence in Chattanooga. I mean, I'm looking at it right here. One felony count. Why is it with all these anti-steel toe, pro-onion people, it's all the same? It's all just massive projection. It's all, life is unfair. I've fucked up a lot. I'm an idiot. I'm going to yell at Aaron. And when Aaron doesn't get as in deep a shit as I did, I'm just going to feel worse and lash out more. I mean, whether it's Scott Richard Stasko, whether it's this Alan Daniels, whether it's any of these guys, all of them, felons, criminals, crooks, some of them can't see their children, all this other stuff. And when I see this, to a man, it's every single one of them, I go, oh, that's why they're mad at me. That's why they're upset. I'm seen as this guy who deserves worse than what they got, and I didn't get what they got. But congratulations to getting sentenced to time served. The judge seemed like he was really nice. Alan Daniels had... okay, so he had the felony one theft, but he also had 1 or 2 misdemeanor counts of theft under $500. Judgment of 11 months, 29 days in the county workhouse. Suspended on good behavior or after serving. Defendant placed on probation. That must have been a long probation. Oh, my goodness. Fines out the ass. Had to spend a while in jail. I see now, guys. Now I see why Alan Daniels is so mad at me. Now I get it. I understand. But it's been a while, man. You should be a reformed citizen by now. I mean, I saw everything about you. Seems like you're doing okay. Why all the hostility? Why all the anger? Why all the outrage? Rusty Grammer says, what did you steal? Yeah, actual steel toe wearer. What did you steal? Let's talk about it. Someone says, sounds like Alan is on EBT. So convicted felon Alan Daniels, what'd you steal? Was it like Brett McCart says, I stole a bunch of booze when I was 16. Yeah. What's your, what was the felony that you were convicted of or that you pled guilty to? So it's going to get real worse. I get it. Bigot on socialist media says no doubt it was to get money to support his drug habit. I don't think so. That's a rumor. I don't think that would be accurate. Did you steal money? And what'd you steal from? I mean, look, I've been very open and tried to help people using my experience. You can do the same thing. What'd you steal, buddy? T. Duden says he stole our hearts. He sure did. I got to give Alan Daniels a lot of credit for showing up. He took a fucking beating last week. He was embarrassed and humiliated. It was brutal. And now I find out that he's a far bigger criminal than I've ever been in my life. I mean, this guy's a convicted felon. Holy shit. I mean, which would be fine, but he's clearly not over it. Because there's a lot of projection coming my way. Root Rat says Alan needs to brush his teeth. I saw that too on Twitter, that Alan's got like really shitty yellow teeth. But as a guy who just got a root canal, I'm not going to shit on someone over their shitty teeth. I mean, Alan's got shitty teeth and he's a convicted felon. I don't think we need to pile on, guys. But I will give Alan a lot of credit. Our favorite punching bag did come back for more today, showing that no matter what the toe does, he can't stay away. All right, guys, look, we've got our own show that we can screw up. We can fuck this thing up 6 ways this Sunday. So let's not start sucking each other's dicks quite yet. Yes, we beat the shit out of poor Alan Daniels. Yes, Alan Daniels has been exposed as a hypocrite, but that doesn't mean that today's show is going to be successful. We've still got to keep our eye on the ball. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow, and then throw a couple of bucks our way, and let's see if we can make a go of it today. Thank you very much for your time and efforts, and behave yourself today. You don't want to become a convicted felon like one Alan Daniels. Don't steal either. It's so dishonest. Stealing is one of the lowest things you can do. I mean, and he didn't even steal teeth. He didn't even steal teeth, for God's sake. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Alan, threatening and menacing is likely a probation violation. I'm looking out for you. I'm a public servant. Oh, is he threatening people now? Says, I am a criminal with a plane ticket to Minnesota. Well, Alan, good thing I know everything about you. I can alert the authorities that you're on your way. Alan, I wouldn't be making threats like that. That is not a good idea. Although it's very good to know that Melton has another convicted felon in his audience. That's got to make at least a couple of baker's dozens. Hobo says, Aaron. Now, I don't like that Hobo has just made this assumption based on my appearance. Hobo says, Aaron, stop stealing food from your kids. The Halloween candy fiasco is almost criminal. I don't get it. Bigot says, when Alan chimps out, he's always threatening people. I mean, classic case of dish it out but can't take it. Classic case of dish it out and can't take it. It's brutal. Annoyed Wawa supervisor, to be fair, says Alan stole, but not as much as Michaeline Thompson, who was ordered by a court to pay Discover $13,000 in unpaid bills. How about, like, did you hear how Daniel Stern got arrested for soliciting prostitution over the weekend? Marv of the Sticky Bandits. How about Michaeline and Alan Daniels form like a fun theft ring together? It could be like a buddy comedy. I don't think he feels like playing, does he? T. Duden with $1. I don't want to put that up there. Thank you for the buck. I appreciate it. That's let me just say that about that poor girl. This happens very rarely. Chad was right about her. Unfortunately. All right, guys. Well, you know what? I don't believe in kicking a man when he's down. I don't believe... Oh, my God. Hey, guys, check this out. So I have no idea what this new... I got to let you in on something. Rumble started this new thing called Rumble Wallet. I have no idea what Rumble Wallet is. I'm not sure what it is, but I guess you can give your favorite creators Bitcoin and shit using this Rumble Wallet. And again, I don't know what it is. I don't know how it works, but I just got a notification. A transfer of let me get the zeros right, 0.0000, I think 4 zeros, 644 Bitcoin has been successfully completed into your wallet. I have 0.0000644 Bitcoin. Let's find out how much Bitcoin that is. What is it at? 95,000 right now? Times 0.0000644. I just got $6 in Bitcoin, bitches. And you might be asking yourself, Aaron, how on earth did someone give you 0.0000644 Bitcoin in your Rumble wallet? I have no fucking idea. I don't know how any of it works, but I just got $6 worth of Bitcoin. Start the retirement clock. Red Fox Mad with $5 says Alan stole women's bras and panties from the women's locker rooms at YMCA. Aaron, don't follow Alan's bad behavior in the women locker rooms. Look at YouTube. Why would I look at YouTube for that? thank you either way, Red Fox Matt. And yes, that is good advice. 26 memberships away from 400 today. Thank you very much. Let's update our standings before we move on. We've got Coltrane gifting a membership. He's in first today. And then Red Fox Mad with that $5. He's in second place today. So we have people on the leaderboard. Thank you guys so much. Oh, people are saying that drug dealers are laundering money through my Rumble wallet. David P says Rumble tips is where it's at. Yeah, I guess there's a thing on our video that says tip. Now, I don't know what makes that different than Rumble wallet. I don't know what makes it. I don't know what makes Rumble wallet any different than Rumble rants or gifting memberships, but it's an option. It's an option. Art says, Aaron, apparently your Rumble numbers are all bullshit. Do you have any comments for the Spurgs? I think it's wonderful that our success causes them to create their own reality and live in it. It makes me happy every time I see it. We're going to kill the toe. It's going to be over. Shit, 800 people watch them at a time. Fuck, what are we going to do? Just say it's not real. It does make it that much sweeter. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Michaeline Thompson had to move counties because of her $13,000 court judgment. Sad. Can you do that? Can you just do that? Can you just move a county? Can someone say, hey, you have to pay $13,000 for a credit card, and then you go, all right, I'm moving, and then you're free of it? I feel like that's like some Red Dead Redemption 2 shit. Like, oh, we just shot up the town of Valentine. We'd better move to Rhodes. Nobody will know who we are, even though it's 3 miles down the road that way. I didn't know that was still an option today in the microchip world. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Let's get into some shit today. So while everything's going down with ICE and while everything's going down with Somali welfare fraud and everything else, Iran and Israel went nuts over the weekend. So protesters filled the streets of Iran. There was some wild shit coming out Friday, and this is why you can't fully trust Twitter as a news source. There were reports that the Ayatollah had been shot and killed in a military coup, that he was killed while he was trying to evacuate, that all the Islamic Republic leaders were fleeing Tehran, that the protesters were at the gates of his compound, and this and that. What really happened was, it does look like shitloads of protesters were in the streets of Iran all weekend, burning shit down, starting fires, calling for an end to the regime. Here's just a little taste of it. He's mooing at them. That's the cow is a symbol of rebellion in Iran. I don't know if that's not true. So apparently ICE was in Tehran over the weekend, and they just had to... Well, you know, you got to fight back. You got to fight back against ICE, and and in Iran, that's wild, because Tehran kind of looks like Minneapolis looked this weekend, and if you look at the things they're protesting, it really is wild. Like the things that become problems in a country, like Iran. It's the Ayatollah's got to go. We hate the Ayatollah. He's bad. He's awful. Regime change here in Iran. In the United States, federal agents go to arrest people who are here illegally, which is their job. And there's the same amount of people in the streets going nuts, blocking traffic, vandalizing hotels, breaking into hotels, looking for ICE agents. I mean, they're getting almost as aggressive in Minneapolis as they are in Tehran. Although in Tehran, it's we want our rights, we want this dictator deposed. And in the United States, it's we have to stop these officers from doing their job. Which, again, ICE is not taking just legal people, pulling them off the streets and shipping them off to a third world country. ICE has all the information on who's overstayed a visa, who's here legally but has committed a crime and is wanted for a crime, who is here illegally, who forged documents, whatever. Like, when they go pick these people up, it's not like they go, oh, we're going to go into the Somali meat market, play eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and just grab a skinny out of there. Like, that's not, I know that's what the protesters want to think. That's what they honest to God believe happens. But they have the documentation. They have the files. They know who they're looking for. They know who they're going after. That's why they're there. It's not this random fishing expedition. There was one lady in Elk River, Minnesota. I saw a few, you know where a lot of the great coverage of this ICE stuff is? And again, we're not on the subject officially yet, but we'll get there. Facebook has actually been a great source of like local information for what's going on with these ICE raids. I saw some old white lady in Elk River, Minnesota yesterday. She posted, and she said, they went in to our local Chinese restaurant and they arrested everyone in there. My husband and I like to go and take out Chinese food because it's our place to go to feel peaceful and feel at rest and everything else. And they arrested all of the people who work at the Chinese restaurant place. This is disgusting. Like, imagine being so shallow that the enforcement of immigration laws doesn't hit you until you can't get fucking beef with broccoli on a Sunday. Like, oh my God, I never really thought about ICE and how terrible they were and how awful they are, but I can't get General Tso's chicken at 7 o'clock on a Sunday night. It's like, first of all, you don't need it. It's not good for you. Second of all, if they were here illegally, I'm sorry, but they've got to go. And also, central Minnesota and shitty Chinese food is a hand-in-glove situation. There's one probably a mile and a half down the road. You're going to be fine. But it was just so, like, white women especially, to watch things only upset them when it tangentially impacts their life is just, ugh. I'll say this, white women's stock definitely went down after last week. I think if any group has had a rough go of it this last 7 days, I don't think Somalis were having a real rough go of it the week before that. Last week, white women's stock went way the fuck down, and we got more stuff on that. Speaking of white women, let's talk about Lindsey Graham. You know, if you talk about Iran and protests, a wild Lindsey Graham appears, and he just wants to start bombing shit. Thank God this guy never got too close to the presidency. Thank God this guy never got too close to the halls of power, because I think what's up with Lindsey Graham is that he's gay, and he's having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that he's gay. He's from South Carolina, and his father was probably some type of a farmer. He's probably had a man's man of a profession, and he didn't want his fairy boy little light in the loafer's son, Lindsey. Even gave him a gay's name, my God. I didn't want my son Lindsey to grow up becoming a fruitcake. So Lindsey had to be tough. The only problem is every time he got tackled in football, he kind of liked it. He tingled. He couldn't explain why. He grew up and he was suppressing all of these urges. So he thought, what'll I do for a living? I'll boss other people around. I'll become a senator. That way I can fuck in hotel rooms and nobody will ever say anything because I take money from AIPAC and I'll have the Jews kill them. So he decided that to fight his homosexuality, he would advocate for bombing every single country in the world. You know, like he's collecting, punch cards, bomb 10 countries, get the 11th one free. And it's funny, our central bank never honors it. So Lindsey Graham has never seen a war he didn't like. And because he's gay and because he enjoys the shape of a man, he fights those urges because his South Carolina father. He fights those urges by bombing other countries. And every time a bomb explodes, Lindsey Graham jizzes and one of his gay fantasies goes away. People don't know this. This is something that I felt like I needed to share on today's show because a lot of people don't know that Lindsey Graham is actually, every time America bombs a country, like that Iran thing, they found out Lindsey Graham was actually calling male escorts and asking them to describe their bodies while he ate ice cream. And Donald Trump thought, oh, my God, if this gets out, we're really going to look silly. So he dropped a few bombs on Iran, knowing that's what would get Lindsey Graham to stop all of this behavior. Well, apparently Lindsey's getting horny again, and the people of Iran are on the streets, and he has to suppress his homosexuality, and he's going to do so through threatening war. Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Lindsey Graham, whose answer to everything is just bomb the shit out of it.
But I want him to be considered. He's the modern day Hitler.
Oh my God! Everybody's the modern day Hitler. The ICE guy who shot Renee Good, he's Hitler, and the ICE are all Nazis. A lot of people think Benjamin Netanyahu is Hitler. Now, I wouldn't make that comparison for multiple reasons. Number one, he's just, the infrastructure doesn't run as well as it did in 1930s Germany.
Religious Nazi. He's a horrible person. It's time for him to go. The people want him to go. Trump has done what Reagan did. Reagan went to the Berlin Wall and said, tear this wall down. Donald Trump picked the people over the Ayatollah. Donald Trump says the best way to make Iran...
Oh, God, he's got to fucking make Iran great again. This guy sucks. Lock him up, lock him up, lock him up. This guy is the worst. Although, unless you're giving him money, this guy's the best. I mean, you're getting your APAC mileage out of Lindsey Graham. This guy, there's nothing sacrosanct with this guy about America, about its sovereignty, about making America great again, about nationalism. There's nothing he won't sell down the river if you give him a few bucks. Holy shit. The Ayatollah, here's my thing. The Ayatollah is the modern day Hitler. How? He's never attacked us. Ayatollah Khomeini has never attacked the United States. Meanwhile, we have fucked around in every Middle Eastern country. The Ayatollah has had to watch everybody in his region get overthrown by the United States and Israel. Meanwhile, while he does that, he has never attacked anyone. Ever. And yet Lindsey Graham is like, he's Hitler. Dude, if and look, the Ayatollah is a dictator. I'm not a fan, but still, if he's Hitler, let me ask you, what are we? And what really pisses me off about the United States and Americans in general is some of them buy this shit. Some of them don't think critically for a second. Some of them think that if America does something, then it's okay. But if another country does something that's not even really as bad as what we do, oh my God, they're Hitler, they're awful. That because we're the good, they work backwards. They go, because we're the good guy, everything we do is good. Instead of, you have to do things that make you the good guy, which is what I believe. So Lindsey Graham going, well, the Ayatollah is actually Hitler. It's not. I mean, if that's the comparison you're going to make, we've funded and defended a guy who's way worse than the Ayatollah, and we've done shit that's way worse than the Ayatollah. So if he's Hitler, what are we?
Great again is for the protesters to win and the regime to come down. How do you do that? Whatever action we're going to take, Mr. President, needs to embolden the protesters and scare the hell out of the regime. If I were you, Mr. President...
Oh, here we go. Ready? If I were you, Mr. President, I've offered the protesters a hot stone massage, and I wouldn't go right for their cock. What I would do is I would rub kind of the inner part of their pubis region and go down the inside of the leg, and I would brush against the tip depending on which way it was leaning at the time. And then you kind of gauge their reaction from there, and if they seem like if they turn over onto their back, you've got yourself a winner. I have to stop doing that impression because I have a feeling it's good. And not in a good way. But here we go. If I was advising the president, I'd tell him to do this. How much you guys want to bet that he's going to tell the president that he ought to be bombing the Iranians?
I would kill the leadership that are killing the people.
There you
You
go.
got to end this. If it ends well, then peace breaks out. All the state sponsor of terrorism activity stops.
This motherfucker said the same thing about Iraq. This is the same playbook over and over with these guys. If you kill Saddam, freedom will spread and everything will be fine. No, it won't. These people will still want to run their country the way they want it run. And the way these people want to run their country is not usually the way we'd like them to run it. But you can't make, you can't make them all do what you want to do. Well, then we just got to kill that guy. Okay, nut job.
Blah Hamas, they'll go away. Israel and Saudi make peace, a new day in the Mideast. If the Ayatollah hangs on, it's a giant Obama step backward.
We still got Obama on the brain, huh? By the way, don't the Saudis and the Iranians hate each other?
faith in you, Mr. President. I have trust in you. You are the Ronald Reagan plus of our time.
Ronald Reagan plus.
Wow. Stand with the people, Mr. President. Let them know you're going to kill their oppressors.
We're going to murder a foreign leader. That's Lindsey Graham. Mr. President, you need to let the protesters know we're going to assassinate their foreign heads of state. All right. And what does that do for us, Lindsey? Listen to this guy. We go, hey, what does that do for America? Well, it ensures Israel. We didn't ask. We didn't ask. Please, for once in your goddamn life, think about us first. What would this do for the United States of America, Senator Graham? Well, Israel and Saudi Arabia, I don't fucking care. I want our bases out of there. I don't want our military over there. I want out. No, we need to murder the Ayatollah. Like, who just goes on TV and casually suggests murder? Like, if you were Alan Daniels, you'd be arrested and imprisoned for that sort of thing. In fact, he's probably 5 seconds away from doing it to me. But Jesus Christ. To sit there and go, you know what the president ought to do? Like, the reporter, too, is too jaded by all this politics stuff. Because the minute Lindsey Graham says, if I were the president, I would say, let's murder Ayatollah Khomeini, the reporter ought to go, holy shit, Jesus, Lindsey, calm down for a second. You're saying we should just murder a guy who hasn't attacked us, that we've bombed before unprovoked? We should just go murder that guy. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm getting hot just thinking about it. That's the only... Actually, when a man bombs another man, I'm going to tell you right now in the eyes of Jesus, that's the only man-on-man action I respect. He just goes... We live in a country where our senators go on TV and just say, we should murder a guy. And then we get to call ourselves the good guy. It's wild. And again, there is no part of me that doesn't believe, double negative, I apologize, that Israel and us aren't funding this. That these protests and all of this stuff, that we're not behind it, or at least Mossad isn't behind it, at least half of the way. I mean, it just seems a little too convenient, is all. Waylon with $5 says, okay, you're going off on Lindsey is pretty good. Getting tackled in football, he kind of like it. It tingled. Did you say tingled? Ha, ha, ha. I am a funny guy. What can I tell you? Thank you, Waylon, for the $5. I appreciate that. Every time they would tackle me on the football field, I would start to get a little bit of a stump in my pants. And that's why we need to cruise missile the Ayatollah. If we could sodomize them before we kill them or after, that might be best for America. Okay. You'll be fine says, I think Lindsey gets cantankerous about other countries if he doesn't get his daily fill of semen. Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like Lindsey Graham has gay thoughts, and instead of acting on them, he just advocates for bombing a country, and that keeps him, sustained. Oh, man, I could just go for a big old cock and balls burger right about now. Oh, my God. You know what we ought to do? Bomb Yemen. That'll help. Like every time it's announced that we strike some country, just assume Lindsey Graham called up a member of the administration and tried to get them to whack off for him on the phone. That's like we struck Syria over the weekend. Did you know that? No, we just bombed fucking Syria. We just did that because we can, apparently. We bombed Syria, and I'm guessing that Lindsey Graham went, hello, JD. Yeah, it's Lindsey. Look, I saw you on the news the other day, and I was like, man, JD's in great shape for his age. What are you, in your 40s, JD? Oh, man, you think you could send me some workout tips? And when you send me those workout tips, you think you could send me a few shirtless pictures? Oh, shit. I got to go, Lindsey. Yeah, Mr. President. Yeah, Lindsey's asking me for shirtless pictures, and I'm doubting that I'm the first guy he's called. All right. Oh, shit. We got to bomb Syria. I'm working with that theory, and I'm going with it. Mad Move says, oh, yeah, I forgot about Lindsey's ladybugs. Yeah, Lindsey has spots on his asshole. Oh, I guess you found my little ladybugs. Like how this guy hasn't just had his head caved in numerous encounters with men. Like if some guy just said like my ladybugs around me, I think I just bash his head in with a figure skate. Like I wouldn't be able to. That's probably something wrong with me. Assad is getting his dick polished by Putin in Russia now. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like all these dictators we get rid of, usually they're fine. Like Assad's in Russia with his millions of dollars. He's chilling. He's doing all right. Hey, you guys have gotten up over 600 already this morning. Keep it going. We appreciate it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. 26 memberships away from 400. Keep it going. Keep throwing stuff at us. Hey, I think you're going to love this. Well, I think you're going to love this. I think you're going to hate this. Or I think, I'm sorry, you're going to love this. I think, and we've got a tweet from one of them, a certain subset of people is going to hate this. You know, I see certain news stories, and I get this impulse to say something about how a certain group of people are going to react, and I don't. I don't say a word because I'm like, Aaron, you're being ridiculous. Like, SP and I were in bed Friday, and she was watching protest stuff on her phone. Because we were just we were curious about all of it. I'm on Twitter looking for protest stuff. I'm checking out the Iran stuff. She's checking out the Minneapolis stuff. And I stumble across Donald Trump saying he wants to cap credit card interest. And I looked at it, and SP's like, oh my God, that's great. And I'm like, yeah, but this is the kind of shit that might lead to you getting killed. And she goes, why? And I go, you know what? I even said out loud, I'm like, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to let this one go. It's probably going to be fine. Everyone's going to love it. I'm not going to let my paranoia get the better of me on this credit card thing. And then sure as shit, Bill fucking Ackman tweets out immediately what a terrible idea capping credit card interest is. And I'm like, I am so the reluctant guy on this particular issue. I don't want to, but I'm conflicted because on one hand, I don't want to jump to, oh, rich Jews are going to hate this. I don't want to jump to that. I don't want to be that guy. I feel like it's bad for you. But then I don't trust my instincts, and then I'm wrong. Or it happens, and I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. So I look foolish. I can either look bigoted and be right, or I can look foolish and be politically correct. And I got to be honest with you. I think I'd rather just be honest and let the chips fall where they may, because at least you can fall back on truth. Like, they're going to call you a name either way. At least you have truth to fall back on. Like, if they're going to call you a retard and an idiot for not seeing it coming, well, now you also held back on what you actually believe. So now you're dishonest and you're stupid. But if I go, God damn, Trump, I wouldn't go for this credit card thing, wealthy Jews are going to be pissed. And then people go, you're an anti-Semite, you're a racist. And then Bill Ackman goes, this is a fucking terrible idea and it's dog shit. And I'm like, okay, I mean, you can call me that, but first guy to speak on it. What do you want from me? So we've got the interest rate thing. Although MSO says, I got news for you. You'll look foolish without any of that. All right. Well, then my point is I'd like to fall back on truth. So here's Donald Trump talking about how after January 20th, it's going to be illegal to charge more than 10% interest on credit cards. What he wants to do is he wants to, for 1 year, cap credit card interest rates. Now, I don't know how he's going to accomplish this. I don't think you can do this by executive order. This has to get passed through Congress. I don't know if a bill's going to get passed in a week and signed by the president, but hey, I'm hoping. I mean, think of all the senators and congresspeople who have taken banker money. I don't know how the hell he thinks this is going to pass, but oh well. This is President Trump on Air Force One this weekend.
What happens if the credit card companies don't comply by the January date?
Well, then they're in violation of the law.
And you have congressional
Very
support?
severe things. No, I want a cap on credit card interest rates because, you know, some of them are 28, almost 30%. And that people don't know they're paying 30%. The people out there, you know, they're working and they have no idea that they're paying 30%. No way. We're putting a 1 year cap at 10%, and that's it. They know it. They've really abused the public. The credit card companies have totally abused it. I'm not going to let it happen.
Yeah, I mean, it. You know, when you look at interest rates at 25%, and that's like pretty standard for a credit card, that's insane, right? Like a 20 to 30% interest rate, all that does is guarantee that that person's just going to stay in debt for a very long time. And, you know, we can make fun of people with lots of credit card debt, but like sometimes people do go through tough shit. I've gone through tough shit before where I've had to carry a credit card balance. It sucks. It's awful. Then you save up money and you pay it off. And in the meantime, you pay, an ass load of interest. It's a lot. A lot. And like the more, it's this debt trap that we put people in. It's rising costs due to inflation. It's the debasing of the currency based on bad monetary policy. Your dollar becomes worth less. And then you're not making any more money, so then the money you have doesn't go as far as it used to, so you have to borrow for essentials. We've seen this. We've seen people borrowing. There's studies out there that show that more Americans than ever are using credit cards at the grocery store. They're going into debt to buy food. And then they're getting hit at 20 to 30% interest. I mean, they're never going to be able to dig out of that, or at least it's going to cost them a lot of time and money to dig out of that credit card debt. And as they're trying to dig out, the dollar gets weaker, inflation gets worse over time, monetary policy does not get fixed, we stay deeper and deeper in debt. I mean, why should the people be any different than the government? You know, and so capping this at 10% for a year is great, but why don't we cap it at 10% across the board forever? I mean, one thing the government is supposed to do is to protect people's freedom. And I think protecting people from abusive, predatory credit card companies is a good thing for the government to do. Let's have it. I want a society. I mean, freedom doesn't mean allowing the fox in the henhouse to rape and pillage. I mean, maybe this is where I'm more nationalist than libertarian. But I want to live in a country where we don't. I mean, you got to think, these are your countrymen. These are your compatriots. And I know some people who run credit card companies don't see us all as in this together and maybe don't see themselves as Americans first. But let me try to appeal to that side. You can talk about freedom and Adam Smith and the invisible hand and all this shit. But I also want to set baselines for the society and the country that I want to live in. And nobody should be charging anybody more than 10% on their money. That's not right. So I wouldn't mind a baseline where it says you want to have credit card customers here in the United States, you can't charge them more than 10% interest. And I hear the objection, and we're going to go to Bill Ackman in a second, because within minutes of Donald Trump saying this, Bill Ackman, surprise, surprise, goes, "This is a terrible idea. You shouldn't be allowed to do this. What are you doing, Mr. President? We paid you a lot of money." They say that, then a lot of people won't get credit cards. Okay, then a lot of credit card companies won't be able to do business and won't be able to rake in 20 to 30% interest on these people. Also, they're not going to be able to afford to buy goods, which means the people that sell those goods won't be able to get product off their shelves, which means the only way they're going to be able to move product is they'd better bring prices down a lot to meet the cash on hand of the people who purchase those goods. You know, one of the things about debt spending is that it does raise cost. We saw this with college tuition. Once the government said we're guaranteeing college loans, what happened to the price of tuition? It went through the roof because the government said, go ahead and loan this money to these kids. We're good for it. Or, well, not good for, that was more the housing market. In college, it was more like, hey, go ahead and write this 18-year-old a check for $100,000. They're good for it. Whereas the government put the onus on themselves in the housing market by guaranteeing mortgages, they put the onus on the 18-year-old kid and their family when they said, give them a $100,000 loan. They're good for it. Well, Mr. Trump, what if they run out of money? They still have to pay you back. But Mr. Trump, if they run out of money, they'll declare bankruptcy. College loans are not allowed. They're exempt from bankruptcy. You still have to pay your student loans. So before you had government guarantees, a bank could not look at an 18-year-old with no work or credit history and go, yeah, sure, we feel comfortable loaning you $100,000. So the colleges had to charge what people could afford to pay back. Once the government came in and said, you know what we think is good? Everyone going to college. All right, now these loans you write, they're guaranteed. All of a sudden, the school could charge whatever they want, and the bank would write the check. So capping interest rates at 10%, fucking go for it. Let's see what happens. I love how people are like, oh, this would be really bad for the consumer. Like Bill Ackman and, all these banker types are trying to convince us, oh, it would be so bad for the consumer. As opposed to what? Now where it's a golden age for the consumer, where they're paying 20, 30% interest? This was Bill Ackman's response, and it was one of those things where I held my tongue. Like when President Trump said, we're going to cap this for a year at 10%. Everyone was like, that's great. That's fucking awesome. That rules. I held my tongue because I was like, there's a certain group of people and they kind of run the economy and they kind of run our politics, and they're going to start bitching about this almost immediately. And Trump's going to get himself in a lot of trouble being a populist because the people who paid his bills this time around don't want him to be a populist. And sure enough, man, it was within minutes of me reading about the Trump thing, fucking Bill Ackman, the guy who called Charlie Kirk up to the Hamptons to yell at him about not being pro-Israel anymore, it got Bibi Netanyahu on the phone, and they all yelled at Charlie Kirk and said, we're going to pull money away from your project if you keep going down this route. Bill Ackman said, this is a terrible mistake, Mr. President. Without being able to charge rates adequate enough to cover losses and to earn an adequate return on equity, credit card lenders will cancel cards for millions of consumers who will have to turn to loan sharks for credit at rates higher than and on terms inferior to what they previously paid. This cunt, who's pretending to give a shit about anybody in credit card debt by going, this is why people don't like you. The reason people don't like you is because you won't just be fucking honest with us. You think you're so much smarter than all these goy pigs, but we see through your bullshit. And then when we do what white European men do and we get aggressive with you when we feel we're being lied to, you do that thing that white European men don't do, and you get passive aggressive and play victim, which is hard for us to deal with because our attitude is they're fucking with you, they're disrespecting you, smash. And then you guys go, oh, everyone, look, they're smashing me, and all I did was try to advocate for the consumer. Meanwhile, all he's doing is trying to protect his criminal buddies in the fucking banking industry. They know that this won't put them out of business. Hell, it may not even cause them. You think they're going to cancel a bunch of people's credit cards? You think they're going to make 0% over 10%? Bullshit. The reason he's going off like this is because he knows the credit card companies can survive at 10% interest, but they can't make the trillions and trillions that they make at 30% interest. So they're going to lie. They're going to say shit that isn't true to scare you away from doing this. Well, I want to live in a society where we can't fuck our neighbor over and bury them in debt forever. I want to live in that country. So 10% sounds good to me. The credit card companies will cancel cards. I fucking dare you. I dare you. And by the way, threatening to burn down and threatening to financially punish the people who live in your country to where it looks like you're acting not as a patriot, not as someone who lives in this country with this person, but as an other, that's gotten you in trouble in 109 other countries. And then you sit there when people go, you're fucking with us. You go, I can't believe we're being victimized again. You pull this shit all the time. We sit there and we go, we're drowning. We're being fucked with. We're going to do something to protect the people. 10% interest cap. Oh, if you do that, how will we survive? We need to be able to bury you in debt forever. You know, it's actually a good thing for you that we bury you in debt. And then we go, get the fuck out of here. Do you not give a shit about any of these people that are going through hardships? You know these companies will be fine at 10%. You know they'll make more than enough money. And you're just covering for them. And the worst part is you won't even directly cover for them because you know how bad it looks, so you make up some shit and come off as really passive-aggressive and shitty. I can't believe all of you are attacking me when all I did was care. And then when we go, all right, we got to do something about these guys. Oh, it's another show. It's frustrating. It's really frustrating. Because it's, I don't know. It's just like the same movie keeps playing over and over. And we keep seeing the ending, and it just keeps, and then we rewind it and hit play again. We never change the script. Atomic Ray says, Bill, just call credit card companies loan sharks. Where is he lying? No. He's trying to act like the credit card companies are superior to loan sharks. And loan sharks, by the way, will give you a specific. They will have a specific number a loan shark will give you. Whereas a credit card will just go, take as much as this much money. If someone says, hey, man, I need $2,000 to get me through a thing, a loan shark will go, I'm going to give you this $2,000. And I'm going to charge you 10 points on this $2,000. And if you don't fucking pay me, I'm going to break your legs. All right? And I'm going to take shit from, I'm getting my $10,000 one way or the other. Okay, cool. $2,000. A credit card company will go, you need $2,000 to tide you over? How about 15? Would you like 15? Oh, by the way, don't read these letters over here. That 26.6%, that's only, if you go up to the limit, you'll pay that. But for an introductory offer, we'll give you 12 months interest free. And then when your debt gets really high, you can switch over to our new card and we'll give you another 12 months interest free. Just keep racking it up, Goy Pig. By the way, don't Google whether or not Jews are allowed to charge interest to one another. You're just going to get mad. I did that the other day. I decided to go. I'm like, because I do this thing where like people like Sam Show will say shit about Jews and I'll be like, guys, come on, just fucking relax. That's enough with the Jew shit today. And then I'll go and Google. So I think it was last weekend, not this weekend, but last weekend. I was like, wait a minute. You know what would be, I just got a hair up my ass. And I went, you know what would be really fucked up? If these people who were known for being part of the banker class knew that what they were doing was evil, knew that it was bad for their soul, and so they would only let you do it to people who they saw as inferior to you. So I Googled it one day. I'm like, are Jews allowed to charge usury to each other? And they're fucking not. They're not allowed to charge each other interest. Orthodox Jews don't believe in charging interest to each other, but they can charge it to others. Fuck. Red Fox Mad with $5 says the rich 1% ended free energy made by the magic field. Earthy energy destroyed, erased the old cities and histories. The 1700s, 1800s had awesome buildings and infrastructure. Look it up. I have wanted to see the Hagia Sophia in southeastern Europe, if that's what you're talking about. But yeah, it's just so Trump comes out and he says, here's what we're going to do. We want to knock interest down to 10%. And then immediately the Bill Ackmans of the world start bitching and complaining and moaning about it. This person says Ackman is head of the loan sharks as well. What did Bill Ackman do? Isn't he a hedge fund? Yeah, he's a hedge fund manager. So he's probably got a lot of stake in a lot of different credit card companies. Oh, he's a cunt. Bill Ackman's a dick. Thank you, Red Fox Mad, for that $5. I appreciate it. Yeah, Rob in the chat says, holy shit, Aaron just learned that. I got curious one day. MSO says silver is at $85 an ounce. How crazy is that? Be careful talking about silver. That's the shit that got Kennedy killed. Kano King says a loan shark doesn't give you a loan you can't pay in hopes to stick you on interest forever. Yeah, people like Bill Ackman and the people who run the credit card companies act like they're doing you such a favor at 30%. You can do better with a loan shark. And a loan shark wants to get paid back plus his VIG. That's their whole thing. We want you to pay us back the money. Credit card companies, hey, Goy, here's a bunch of points. If you rack up 4,000 of them, we'll give you a tank of gas. Keep charging, pig. Oh, by the way, the interest rate, 30% this year. Dude, I don't even have any credit cards that are anywhere close to 30%. But still, the fact that they do it to people is fucking evil. It's really, and they do it to people who have nowhere else to turn. And then he's like, well, some people won't be able to get credit cards. Dude, I'm starting to think that there's a lot of people in this country who maybe shouldn't have credit cards. There's a lot of people who you give credit cards to and they don't have a financial education and you pitch it to them like it's free money and they treat it like it's free money and then you don't do anything to help them when they get in trouble. You know, at least these pigs who pitch gambling put the gambling awareness hotline on the back of their shit. At least they go, hey, if you give us your money, make irresponsible bets. But if this shit really starts to get tough for you, here's a number you can call. I mean, is it disingenuous? Absolutely. But at least it's lip service. Credit card companies don't go, oh, by the way, if you charge way too much and then you're buried in debt and your minimum payments are going to take you 9 years to pay this all off, here's a number you can call to talk to somebody. Nope, they just go, oh, you're going through a tougher time? Yeah, you can't get any more money from us, you pig. Pay us back. It's brutal. It's awful. Sapphire says, your Jewish accent is hack. Well, you can't win them all. You can't win them all. Thank you guys very much. Hey, did you guys see, speaking of Israeli assets and Jewish assets, did you guys see that Erica Kirk thing that came up from this old EMP video she did? Oh my God. So Erica Kirk and the former CIA director did like this video together years ago when Erica Kirk was working for her mom's company that worked with the Department of Defense and the Department of Homeland Security. And they made this thing about EMP, like she was part of the military industrial complex. That combined with the Romania stuff we talked about on our last YouTube members only show. And then her dad being with Raytheon in Tel Aviv and all this stuff. Like, it's getting to the point now where if you think Erica Kirk wasn't a honeypot for Charlie Kirk, you're insane. And also, everyone she was dating before she met Charlie was one of those right-wing orbiter grifters. That Cabot Phillips, who was working for the Daily Wire. I mean, whoever controlled Erica Kirk, whoever Erica Kirk worked for, they wanted to use her as like their Helen of Troy to hook up with one of these young conservative influencers so they'd be in. And boy, does it make sense that when Charlie broke ranks, not only was he dead, but his wife was happy. She's taking everything over. She's raking in cash. She's got pyro like Goldberg. She's hanging out with Nicki Minaj. It's hard to believe this wasn't the plan the whole time. She is, Erica Kirk is to quote Training Day, a low-down ruthless vato, eh? Let's find that for you here so you don't think I'm just blowing smoke up your ass. This is Erica Kirk and former CIA Director James Woolsey. This was for EMP protection tech.
We have 5 major threats that make our grid extremely vulnerable that we've presented to congressional officials. 1 being cyber, 2 being hackers, 3 being physical threats, 4th one is solar EMP, and the 5th one is man-made EMP. So the concern that we have is that we put out this critical information.
By the way, doesn't she just seem like a just nice, decent, stay-at-home Christian mom who, oh, gee golly, oh gosh, I was kind of thrust into all this? She was more experienced in all this stuff than Charlie was when they got together.
And when we go...
Charlie was genuine. That's the difference. Charlie genuinely thought he could make a difference talking to college kids, listening to their concerns, having debates. He really thought that he was a guy who could enact change. But he took money from despicable people so that fueled his rise. Like all of these, by the way, every right-wing guy you listen to with a giant audience got backed by a billionaire to push their agenda somewhere down the road. Or if you're Tim Pool, it was the Russians.
Over this risk analysis, they hear what we're saying, but they don't want to take action.
Well, there are 18 critical infrastructures in the United States: food, water.
James Woolsey Jr., the former head of the CIA, he and Erica Kirk made this together to talk about, I believe this was her mom's company, and EMP protection. And again, The thing we're pitched about Erica Kirk was that, oh, she was just this wholesome Christian gal. No, she was a player, man. She was doing that Romanian orphanage shit. And by the way, you look into that Romanian orphanage, it was right next to a NATO U.S. military base. Look up Colonel Otto Buscher. She worked very closely with him. That base was part of a child trafficking ring. It was disgusting. And meanwhile, Erica Kirk is running one of the biggest orphanages in that area and a charity that's supposed to help orphans. And she's working hand in hand with Colonel Otto Buscher. It's too much of a coincidence. You know, you can only feel dumb for so long before you go, I got to connect the dots here.
Transportation.
And you know, you don't just start working with the former director of the CIA. Like, some of you had friends whose dads had like big office jobs, right? But they never said, oh yeah, my new client is, well, he's the former head of the CIA. You don't get that way working at 3M, I assure you. They don't go there for milkshakes, I assure you.
Communications, etc. All 17 of the others depend on electricity.
If our grid goes down, you can't cook. You're not going to heat anything.
This looks like a Command and Conquer Red Alert 2 mission update.
You can't talk on your phone. You can't take money out of a bank. And we turn into total chaos.
Is that Judge Janine, by the way? She's another one. Like, if you just look at the way these people talk, you can tell who's genuine and who's bought and paid for by the way they talk. Judge Janine's bought and paid for. She's scaring the shit out of you because someone told her to scare the shit out of you. Bill Ackman is the guy who pays people to scare the shit out of you. You can tell that the credit card thing worries him like crazy because he directly came down from his throne to scare the shit out of you. But usually what they do is they pay people to scare the shit out of you, like Erica Kirk.
This happens, the system stops.
If a transformer is taken down, we have to order it from Germany or China. It's going to take a year.
Up till recently, there were no comprehensive protective solutions available.
We know what the solutions are. They're not expensive. They're not difficult to employ. We just need the political will to do it and the follow-through on the part of the electorate.
In other words, we spent a shitload of money developing this tech, and now we have to sell it in order to recoup our R&D. And the best way to sell this shit is to pay off politicians to vote and say, oh, yeah, the Defense Department really needs this, and force the government to buy it. I mean, we got a huge military budget. Let's crack that egg open and see if we can grab some money out of it. I mean, that's the weapons industry. That's the military-industrial complex. Spend an irresponsible fuckload of money developing some shit that we probably don't need, and then force it down the government's throat. They write a blank check, and our taxpayer dollars continue to go towards shit we don't need. And our budget gets bigger and bigger.
Utilities to get it done.
The White House is protected from an EMP. The Congress and the CIA and the NSA, all of the areas that need to function in the government are protected. So why can't we be protected?
Around some of these facilities, you don't have much more than a chain link fence to keep people out. Now that seems absurd to me.
I think it is absurd when we now know that.
Do you think that maybe it's because we don't have near as many threats as you guys claim we do, and that maybe we're the big global globe-trotting terrorist that's attacking and fucking with people who can't get over here? If there was this big bad boogeyman who wanted us all dead, they would have attacked the power grid by now. These people defeat their own argument. They go, look, there's only chain link fence protecting this power grid. Well, it seems to be enough. It's keeping people out. So we must not have that much of a threat. Oh, but we got to keep bombing and attacking people and buying weapons so that they stay not a threat. It's fucking insane.
Attack on as few as 9 grid substations could bring down all 3 major interconnections for the United States grid.
And if a frog had wings, he wouldn't bump his ass when he hopped. It's like, you know, I'm worried that you guys spend more time thinking up terrorist attacks on this country than actual terrorists do. And there's part of me that believes that if you ain't selling enough product one quarter, you might actually do something like this yourself and frame someone else for it, just so you can make money.
If the power goes out, you get the generator, and if that goes out, you get another one. There's never been a plan for what happens after that.
The director of the National Security Agency, Admiral Rogers, came out and said it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Yeah, we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. I remember all of this shit, dude. I lived through the post 9/11 era. All right? God damn, man. It's, I don't know. She's hawking EMP. He's dead. She's lighting pyro off everywhere. Coltrane with $1 says, I really hope this becomes a reality. Well, let's see. By the way, Coltrane is now at $6. I got to move some shit around here because old Red Fox Matt is at 10. He's in first place. Red Fox Mad at 10. Coltrane in second with 6. Waylon in third at 5. Thank you guys very much. TDR Shit Show says, can't just cap the interest for credit cards, have to cap the service charge as well. I see those greedy fucks getting capped at 10%, then turning around and increasing the shit out of the service charge. That's a good point. And, you know, they're smart. They will find a way around it if there is a way around it. That is a good point. Thank you for the $1. Joey Caravello with $5 says, play this. It better have something to do with what we're talking about. Old Joey Caravello, my friend. By the way, Joey Caravello is now in central booking at $5. We're gonna find another name for central booking this week. We called it the 47th man last week. I really don't think that one lasted very long. Thank you very much to, who was it? Oh no, OGs with 5 gifted memberships. Where is it?
Oh no! Oh geez!
Oh no, I can't. Oh no, oh geez. I got to put that in first place. That is a wild name to have to write. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate that. Put a smile on my face this morning. There we go. Waylon now in fourth at 5 and Joey Caravello in fifth with $5. Oh my God. Thank you. 21 memberships away from 400. Keep it going. Thank you. Oh no, OGs. I'm not supposed to be here. Mike Go, Luxray Luxor, Tin the Toolman Taylor, and Tridio Gamus all got memberships because of that. 711 of you checking out the toe right now. And just when we're about to go into the ice stuff, thank you so much. Hey, YouTube, you're starting to climb up too. You're starting to join Rumble. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you so much. Wow. Mike Go wants to gift a membership over on Rumble. Thank you very much, pal. And even 20 memberships away from 400. Cool Raj says, someone give me free shit. Well, there you go. Keep gifting those memberships and see if Cool Raj can get some, quote, free shit. Trump also says he wants to ban. Yeah, we talked about this last week. Thank you for sending this in. Trump says U.S. to ban large investors from buying homes. I hope he can pull that off. Oh, I have to respond to this. SP just wrote me, have a good day, honey. Ah, you being a cute little weirdo? Honey, are you being a cute little weirdo? Dude, okay, I know you guys don't like Dabbleverse shit because it's dying and they're all losing their minds. But that Mr. Kill Everything, fuck the Dabbleverse. He should just be an everything guy. I love that Mr. Kill Everything. There was a clip. You know I only watch Misery Loves Clips and Stalin. There's a clip of him on a podcast with Whitney Cummings' sister. You don't need to be a Dabbleverse person to enjoy this. Mr. Kill Everything is like a Kevin Brennan whack packer. He gets falling down, pass out drunk, and goes on streams. And he's a grown man. Do whatever the fuck you want. That's like Chad Zumach was telling that Scarlett the other day. You need help. You need help. And Chad's right. Everything Chad said was right on. But fuck these people, man. They get help when they want to get help. You know, I look at that. I look at that chick and I go, I was with that 2 years ago. I mean, it was that bad. So yeah, fuck them. Just distance yourself. She's not coming on this show. She should. And by the way, there's something disingenuous about telling her she needs help while you have her on your show. Fucking blacklist that cunt. All right? She needs to go, be away from people, hit bottom, and then decide, is she made up of the goods that will get you better and get you healthier, or will she succumb to her demons? It ain't up to us. It's in God's hands. Shut the fuck up. Stop telling her what to do. Who gives a fuck? Your life's going to be better staying away from this person. But this Mr. Kill Everything, oh my God, we're going to watch him later. He was on a podcast with Whitney Cummings' sister, and he was hammered and hitting on her. And like, honest to God, I told SP, I'm like, I'm going to give you Valentine's Day cards this year with quotes from Mr. There needs to be Mr. Kill Everything Valentine's cards. I'm going to go on Streamlabs today, and I'm going to contact this MKE, and I'm going to ask him if I can do some kind of licensing deal with him where I make Valentine's Day cards. And it's Mr. Kill Everything shirtless on the front, and inside it's like his catchphrase is like, honey, are you being a cute little weirdo? It's so fantastic. He was great, man. It was so funny. We'll get to that in a little bit. I do have to throw some thank yous out because you guys are going a little apeshit at the moment, and I appreciate it. Holy, oh no, oh geez. I got to do some counting. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thanks, guys. LuxRay Luxor gifting a membership to Waylon. Coltrane gifting a membership to Chips and Diff. And Red Fox Mad with $5 says, Aaron, Google, YouTube, rich people buying bunkers. They know something the masses don't know. Well, everybody's been buying bunkers for a long time. They're called preppers. They're called preppers. 17 memberships away from 400. Thank you very much. And now I have to update the standings before we get into the ice stuff. Sorry, guys. This is how Mondays go. I got to give people credit for being as crazy generous as they are. Coltrane's at 11. No, but Red Fox Matt is in front of him now at 16. God damn it. Red Fox Mad now in third. Now I'm being a cute little weirdo. Waylon is in fourth, and Joey Caravello is in fifth. All right. I've got it. All right, 17 memberships away from 400. Thank you. And then the other clip you guys sent. No, Joey Caravello, I am not playing a Why April Left clip from DJ Johnny Crutches from a year ago. No, I don't have to take part in such abuse. You dick. All right, we got to get into all of the ice stuff. You know, this is kind of overwhelming because so much stuff happens over one weekend with all of this Minnesota ice stuff. So we've got clips today from where I live in St. Cloud. We've got clips from Minneapolis. We've got more information on Renee Good. We have so many. I mean, we have updates from Kristi Noem, Ilhan Omar, Jacob Fry. I mean, so many things happened over the weekend. Now, first of all, with the videos that came out that showed what this Renee Good was doing during these protests, I don't think there's any debate that she put herself in a position to be shot by federal authorities. Now, there also is a rumor that the officer involved has been disciplined. I guess, look, there's enough question of whether or not, hey, was he hit hard enough for him to take the shot? It's like, if we get to a point where we're picking these shootings apart to such a level, it's going to bog down the entire conversation, and it's probably going to lead to cops getting seriously injured by people intending to hurt them because they're worried, is this a good shot or a bad shot? I think it's a lot easier to tell people, hey, don't park your car in the middle of the street and obstruct traffic. There's a video of her fucking dancing to her car horn. She's being very arrogant about the fact that she's blocking ICE's path. She's being really fucking superior about it. And reading tweets from Wednesday night, Thursday night, Friday night, from all these lefties going, oh, she was just innocent. At one point, the narrative was she's picking her kids up from school or dropping her kids off at school or whatever. And they're just saying stuff that's so untrue. She was only there for 30 seconds. She was turning around. Well, now they have video that shows that she parked there, she stopped there, she's taunting ICE, she's fucking dancing to her car horn. And by the way, It's another case, just like they do with all these police shootings, where the media, boy, did they select a nice cherry-picked photo of her, didn't they? You know, that photo where she's dressed in red with the shoulders bared and her hair's flowing and she's kind of like almost in a Little Mermaid glamour shot. It's not what she looked like at all. She looked like a butch with her head shaved, and she looked insane. She was crazy. She's got TikToks where she's celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. I mean, she's textbook, essentially. And so all of these narratives start falling apart. And the protests have now changed from Renee Good because they've realized this woman was a fucking nut. She was arrogant. She was shitty. She tried to fucking sideswipe that officer 100%. And she did. She hit him in the hip. She got him. I mean, cars are heavy. They don't have to be moving that fast to hurt you. She's dancing to her car horn. Her lesbian wife is getting out of the car, taunting ICE and filming them and everything else. I mean, this woman is so unlikable, and she is such a terrible victim. I mean, it's every time these people want to have a big protest about what the cops did, they end up, to quote American History X, having hands across America for a total piece of shit. I mean, whether it's Michael Brown, whether it's George Floyd, whether it's this Renee Good, I'm glad that it's a white person this time. It's not just black or white. It's just you guys pick really shitty victims who turn out to be really bad people who did a lot of things to make sure they ended up the way they did. And so the protests over the weekend stopped being about Renee Good. You think any of these Somalis in St. Cloud that were storming the police, you think any of them give a flying fuck about Renee Good? They don't care. So it stopped being about Renee Good, and it went back to the old, nobody's illegal. Well, I'm sorry, we're not 9. People are illegal. We should be vetting who comes into our country. And if you are fraudulent on your documents or you overstay your visa, I think that should be enough to kick you the fuck out. But the Trump administration is being a lot more liberal than I am. In fact, the Trump administration is being a lot more liberal than what we voted for. What we voted for is, by the letter of the law, are you here illegally? Get the fuck out. What the Trump administration is doing is saying, well, our billionaire friends really want to keep their meatpacking plants and they want to keep their big corporate farms, so we're going to let that go. We're going to look the other way. If you have committed a crime and you're not a citizen, you're out. That's what they're going with. And I don't know. I think you could go further than that. If you're on an expired visa, if you have fraudulent immigration papers, bye, you're out of here. So these protesters keep acting like ICE is just randomly going to houses and grabbing people out. Guys, they have the documents. They have the files on these people. There's a reason they're in Minnesota. When they look for fraudulent documents, overstayed visas, a lot of red flags pop up in Minnesota. So they come here and they extract the people that are here illegally and they start the process of deportation. They detain them and then they go to work on an immigration judge to get the orders of deportation. They follow the law. But after this Renee Good was found to be an absolute provocative piece of shit, they then switched the protest to nobody's illegal, ICE is the Gestapo, get the Nazis out of our town. And by the way, none of this shit would be happening if Minnesota would just fucking cooperate with immigration. I mean, ideally what ICE would like to see is local authorities handle this and then call ICE and say, we got a couple for you, come get them. But instead you have sanctuary cities, and Minnesota's basically a sanctuary state, where they'll catch these people, they'll get flagged on an immigration deal, and they'll just ignore it and prosecute them for whatever crime they did here. Lenient, by the way, very lenient. So the Renee Good footage comes out, and I'm getting ahead of myself here. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. The Renee Good footage comes out, and again, everybody jumped to conclusions. You know, I was getting called kind of middle of the road on Wednesday because my attitude was, look, it looks like she fucked around and she found out. It looked like she did something that could get you shot by the police, taking off in a mobile weapon, which is what they consider a vehicle. You can hurt someone, they have to neutralize you, especially if you speed off with a cop right in front of your windshield. And with her luck, it was a cop who had been dragged by somebody months before and spent nights in the hospital. So this Renee Good, they released more footage of this. And, you know, the reason that I was so touchy on this at first was because I didn't know. And I didn't want to have to say something and overcommit and have to walk it back. Because I will. I think it's important to be honest when you have an audience. The video came out. This woman was absolutely instigating ICE. She was blocking traffic. That cop was right in front of her. She made eye contact. She saw him, and she sped off in his direction and went to peel out. She even spun her wheels. She got what she had coming. So this is 3.5 minutes leading up to the shooting. Wonderful place, right? So there she goes. There's Renee Good. I believe. I could be wrong. That could be somebody else, but I think that's Renee Good. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. That's so fucking obnoxious. I'm so sorry. So while we're watching this, oh no, there she is. There's the Honda. Okay, so picking a kid up from school, going to see your kid, bullshit. Parked sideways in the goddamn road, purposely to impede ICE. At this point, the best you can hope for is to be detained and charged. Blocking a federal agent in their duty is a crime. So in Minnesota, what they're doing now is they're following these heavy-duty trucks and they're honking at them to warn people ICE is coming. A lot of these trucks they're honking at are like guys who own construction businesses, guys who own plumbing and electrical businesses. They're following small business owners around and honking and following them and yelling at them. It's gotten insane. So we're still honking. God damn it. Do less. Like, honestly, accomplish less than what you're doing right now. I want to shoot everybody who's honking the goddamn horn. I got to say, I commend ICE's restraint. This is enough to make you want to shoot somebody. Ironically. So there it is right there, parked in the middle. Where's our dinosaur? Oh, there's our shark, and there's our dinosaur over there. Apparently, this is for like a May Day parade, like in this neighborhood. The dinosaur and the shark are in a May Day parade that they do in that area. And like in the wintertime, they'll put like a Santa hat on the shark. It's actually kind of adorable. I hear there's going to be some houses opening up. So the idea that this woman was trying to turn around or that she was just minding her own business, she was just protesting, yeah, fuck that. She was dancing to the sound of the car horn. She was being an asshole. Renee Good is a remarkably unlikable human being. She sucks. And if she would have stayed put and just taken her medicine for her protest, none of this would have happened. This shooting is 100% on Renee Good. So ICE finally just has it. I mean, apparently the officers have just had it, and they're just like, you got to get the fuck out of here. Like, you're slowing everything down. And I don't know if you've been on a city street in Minneapolis before. They're a nightmare. They're tight. Some of them, one will be a one-way, and then the next block down, it'll be a two-way street, and then the next block down, it's one-way. There's always people coming down a one-way the wrong way, and then cars are parked on each side of the road, and a two-lane road becomes a one-lane road. And I'd rather rip this tooth out of my head with my own bare hands than drive in residential Minneapolis. It's honestly... It's an area tailor-made to cause road rage. So she's letting some people go. You notice this. She's letting some people go and then parking back in the middle of the street when she thinks it's an ICE vehicle. What a cunt. See, look, now she pulls up. She let those other two cars go. Then she pulled forward because she saw this ICE vehicle. Here we go. And then that was the shooting. That was the backup that led to the shooting. So if anyone still wants to debate whether Renee Good was, in the right or in the wrong, or the officer was in the right or in the wrong, I mean, that should pretty much settle it for you. And that's just the beginning. So then everything changed. Like the whole vibe of the protests, all of it just shifted this weekend. It went from, oh, poor Renee Good, to now it's ICE are Nazis and nobody's illegal, because enough shit came out about the Renee Good thing where they're like, let's learn from George Floyd. Let's not make this our guy. Let's not make this, let's not put all our money on Renee Good. By the way, Waylon, thank you for gifting a membership to Brenda. Oh, that one guy who wanted a membership still can't get one. The poor fella. Jesus. 16 memberships away from 400. Thank you, guys. Very, very much. And then Waylon moving up in the world. Waylon is now at 10 for today. Thank you. All right. So then we have the protests. There were even protests in St. Cloud this weekend. There was a guy, I can't find the picture anymore. Someone on Facebook must have deleted it. But it was a rumor, and I don't know if this is true, that the owner of Bella Cucina, an Italian restaurant in St. Joe, was out there standing outside with little cardboard signs that said he loves ICE or he supports ICE or whatever. And there was a debate in all the St. Cloud community pages about how, will we ever go to this guy's restaurant again? And honestly, it looked like more people were saying, I've never been there before. I can't wait to go. I'm making a reservation now, versus the people who went, oh, this is terrible. I'm never going to go to this guy's restaurant again. In this area, if you take a stand like ICE is okay, fuck Brenda Good, your restaurant will probably do better. I mean, it will be embroiled in more controversy and you'll have to deal with more bullshit. But for the most part, you'll probably do better. This was then also our friend Natalie Copeland. Do you remember Natalie Copeland? Formerly Natalie Ringsmith, but her ex-husband was smart and got the fuck out of Dodge from that crazy broad. She's now apparently on the Sartell school board, and she's fucking things up there. That town was supposed to be an escape from people who had it with St. Cloud. I am here to report the lefties are taking over Sartell, because they're kind of living cushy lives, and they're kind of detached from reality. If you want a based town in this area that isn't St. Cloud, go to Sauk Rapids. Sauk Rapids is your based town. Sartell sucks. St. Joe's cool. I love St. Joe, but ideologically it's iffy because you have the two universities there. I don't know. But Sartell is a shithole full of stupid people. I feel like the smart progressives are in St. Joe. The dumb ones are in Sartell. So Natalie Copeland, perfect name for her, by the way. Hey, guys, leave me. Oh, thank you, Mitchell. Mitchell just sent me a message with that guy's sign. I appreciate that. I was about to say fuck off and leave me alone, but a listener sent it to me right in the nick of time. Natalie Copeland, who ran Unite Cloud, who tried to put our show out of business numerous times, would not stop. I mean, we got the best of them so often, and then Unite Cloud failed. We're still on the air. We're still going. They're all gone. That made me so happy. In fact, that was my return to radio when Ox had me on 2 years ago to celebrate the death of Unite Cloud, and we did a couple segments together. It was a lot of fun, which, by the way, I think Ox should have me guest host for him when he's out. I love the Ox. I love Dan Oxner. I think I should guest host. We'll pull in some numbers for him. So Natalie Copeland, who's on the school board in Sartell, wrote this unhinged rant on social media, and it got shared all over. Fuck you, ICE. First of all, you can always tell when someone is too emotional or irrational to actually have a discussion on anything is when they start it with some, and this is mostly white women. This is a white woman trick where they feel like they have to make a splash because they're not men, you know? So they have to go, I'm not the bitch to fuck with. So they go, fuck you, ICE. First of all, nobody sees that and goes, wow, this is a bad bitch. I should really step lightly. They see fuck you, ICE, and they go, oh, here's someone who's lacking in intellect and doesn't have a cogent point to make. This is just going to be a tantrum. Fuck you, ICE, for putting my child on high alert at high school. She has a forensic test today, but how can her brain think in fight, flight, or freeze mode? I don't know. Maybe if she had stronger parents who didn't teach her to be weak, she could just go to school, ignore the bullshit in the rest of the world. Maybe if she didn't have a mom that shook like a chihuahua every time Trump wins a state in the Electoral College, maybe she might be able to operate. I feel bad for her children. I really do. Because they had no shot. I hope they spend a decent amount of time with their dad. I'm rooting for those kids. But when you've got a mom who fucking makes all of this shit about her and looks for drama at every turn and then uses her fucking children as a way to make her political point, like uses that, like make an argument, okay? Make a point, debate, stand on your merit. Don't sit there and go, my kids in high school, I've been scaring the shit out of them about ICE and Trump forever. You know they get lectures at home from this chick. Oh, my God. Oh, it's just so terrible. It's awful. And then their kid goes to school shaking like a chihuahua with fireworks going off because mom's scaring the fucking piss out of them. And then it becomes this self-fulfilling coping loop that she has where she goes, look, now my kid's scared at school. Look what you've done, ICE. It's the stick in the spokes meme. Natalie sits there and goes, fucking Trump is evil, kids. Trump is terrible. Sticks the spoke in her own bike wheel, falls over, and then goes, God damn you, ICE. It's you, stupid. It's always been you. Instead of laughing with her friends at lunch, she is making plans with them for everyone to start their car alarms if ICE shows up. Fucking great, because they've all got psycho moms. They've all got psycho parents who fill their head with bullshit. Fuck you, Donald Trump, and a special fuck you to every single person who voted for him. Well, look, I would say fuck Donald Trump too, but it's more for like the constant Israel pandering and war starting. But God damn it. She can go away. Like, she's honestly, I don't think there's ever been anyone more useless than Natalie Copeland. So that's what's going on here locally. Luckily, the people in that community, the majority of them think she's fucking obnoxious. A lot of people don't communicate with her simply because they're like, it's just going to be a bullshit hassle. She's just too stupid to talk to. And so they just kind of leave her be in her cave, in her loveless cave, if you will. But like, imagine scaring the shit out of your kids about the entire world because you felt like the world's being unfair to you. And now you've passed that on to your children, and now they're scared all the time. Not because of Trump, not because of the world, because of you. It's mommy dearest. It's Carrie. It's unfortunate. But don't worry, the car alarms are going to go off if ICE gets there. Yay. Atomic Ray with $1 says, how much did that ICE agent save taxpayers in Minnesota? Oh, also, there's a lot of these protesters are being paid. That's why the narrative keeps shifting. Because they're paying these protesters. One of them even said on camera, I'm getting paid $20 an hour to be here. King Kong Dong with $1 says, I took Corey to Bello Cucino there. The people had the WAP wet-ass pizza. $2 from Contagious Cody says, let's not forget that Renee's car had Missouri plates. Joey Caravello with another $2 says, Natalie Copeland let Boogie shit in her mouth. That's not true, Joey Caravello. It's not even remotely true. Why would you say something like that? This is a rumor that you've started. Red Fox Mad with $5 says, I still don't understand how she got elected to the Sartell School Board. She does not fit in at the Sartell School Board and school. It's because Sartell is going left. I'm telling you. Sartell is going left. Listen to what I say, or you will pay. Oh boy, 751 of you checking out the toe right now. Let's keep that number going up. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I appreciate you so much. And keep throwing. Oh, my God. Wally World gifting 5 memberships. Thank you.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
I appreciate that, my friend. And that puts us 10 memberships away from 400. Wow. Wow. I might have to do an extra half hour today. Remember, every time we hit a $100 thing, your generosity puts us 100 members up. I give an extra half hour. It's only fair. It's only fair. So now Wally World is in second at 25. Thank you. Red Fox Mad dropping to third at 21. Coltrane in fourth. Thank you, guys. And Waylon is now in central booking at 10. Thank you, pal. Thank you. And now I got to write down Joey C. Oh, no. And now I got a pen going out, and we're on a roll, and everyone's trying to watch the toe, and I'm screwing up. Atomic Ray gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, folks, enough with the gay jokes. Atomic Ray gifting a membership. Appreciate that. Now where are we at? God damn it. God damn me. God damn me. I'm having problems keeping up here today. Thank you, Atomic Ray, for gifting that membership. Contagious Cody got that one. All right. Now let's talk about some of the official responses that we've gotten this weekend. You know, Tim Walz, Jacob Fry, I would say I'm really disappointed in them, but living here in Minnesota, I'm used to them. I mean, I think in order to be disappointed by somebody, you have to have a certain expectation of them. I just don't have that for Tim Walz and Jacob Fry. And let me tell you something. For those of you who get outraged at those two guys, having low expectations for these guys really helps you live a happier life, because you don't hear them say dumb shit and go, you guys, why are you being so stupid? Well, because they're Jacob Fry and Tim Walz. It's their brand, if you will. They're dumb. They're dumb guys. They're going to say dumb stuff. Well, Jacob Fry gets to have his face. He gets to see himself on the TV now because he's in the middle of all this shit. And I'm telling you, there's something about this part of it that a guy like Jacob Fry likes. Like, there's a lot of Marxist in him where when shit's falling apart, he's kind of happy. He's on TV. He gets the cameras. He got to go, get the fuck out of Minneapolis, ICE. Whoa! Don't mess with this guy. He's got curly hair. So then he goes on TV, and we have a chance to tell the people in Minnesota, like, hey, guys, chill out. We'll deal with this on an official level. Like, if I were governor or I were mayor, I would say, let's say I was against ICE being in the city. We appreciate all of your passion. We really do. We are working on this. I am meeting with the police department, the governor. I'm also going to meet with the ranking officer in ICE here in Minnesota, and we're going to find a way to make this all work out where this isn't so disruptive and we can kind of cool things down. Jacob Fry and Tim Walz get out there and they go, hit the streets, everybody. Don't go on the freeway, but walk the streets. Go in there, carry signs, yell, scream, honk your horns, disrupt ICE as much as you can. And then Jacob Fry going, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. I mean, all these guys are doing is they instigate the problem and then do nothing to address it or fix it. These people are governing for a 5% minority and causing nothing but problems for the 95, I would say 99% of Minneapolis that has to commute, go to work, run their businesses. I mean, they are, and Tim Walz wonders why he doesn't have the faith and confidence of the state of Minnesota. I mean, Jacob Fry is mayor of Minneapolis because they literally ran a retarded guy against him. Omar Feta, I mean, that guy wasn't playing with a full deck. Jesus Christ, the Star Tribune wanted to write an article about his candidacy and like stump for his campaign, and he just straight didn't show up for the interview. He was an idiot. He was a dumb guy. So this is Jacob Fry on national media yesterday, and you know little Trudeau is loving this, and he can't get enough of it. But God, he is such a non-leader.
In the immediacy following the shooting, you heard people from the Trump administration saying that the victim was a domestic terrorist.
Now, I will agree with them there. I'm sorry for pausing if you're new to the show. I'm working on it. I agree with them there. It's a reach to call her a domestic terrorist. It's actually really disrespectful to Ted Kaczynski. That was a domestic terrorist. Well, who was MK Ultra, and like it was our government who kind of set that up. Same as Timothy McVeigh. He was honeypotted into the Oklahoma City bombing so they could crack down on quote-unquote white supremacy in the United States. But anyway, same reason why Randy Weaver's family had to die and why women and children had to be firebombed at Waco. Anyway, Jacob Fry saying the administration called her a domestic terrorist. That was too far. She doesn't measure up to domestic terrorist. What she was a fucking idiot who got in the way, didn't take shit seriously, didn't listen to commands, and got killed for her trouble, to paraphrase Ben Shapiro.
Heard that the ICE agent was acting entirely in self-defense. Here's the thing. You don't need to take my word for it. You don't need to take their word for it.
Easy, asshole. We just watched the 3.5-minute video. She was obstructing the whole time. They told her to get out of the car. She took off. I'm sorry, Jacob, but let's put you in front of a moving SUV and you don't feel like you're being attacked. Let's put you in front of an SUV where you can see the woman's eyes. She's laughing at you. She hits the gas. Her tires spin. You're in front of the vehicle. Let's see if you feel attacked or not.
Watch the video.
I have.
The ICE agent was not run over as Trump stated.
Because he fucking moved. He was going to be run over by that car. He was hit by the car. We can agree. Where I come from, you hit an officer with your car, you could get shot. Death could be the penalty for hitting an officer. She did. She hit his hip with her car. Oh, she didn't run him over. Well, yeah, because he's not a dummy. He's going to get out of the way. But you also can't let someone who's obstructing and willing to hit police officers with their car, you can't let them speed off into the city and turn their vehicle into a weapon. What, are we just supposed to take it on faith that this person who has already broken multiple laws is just going to be a good boy or girl when they peel out into the street on icy roads? You out of your fucking mind?
You had...
I love this one too, and I'm really sorry. Oh, they should have shot the tires. Yeah, and then when they hit the pavement and the bullet ricochets and hits a protester in the neck, let's see the protest we're going to get for that shit. No, you don't shoot at the fucking tires. What are we, 4? I would have blocked it and then went, shut up.
A person that was definitively trying to just get out of there. They were trying to leave the scene.
Again,
that is not a person
that's
trying to run an ICE agent over. You have a person that is trying to protect our city, to look out for our neighbors. And by the way, there are 435,000 people throughout Minneapolis that are looking out for their neighbors right now because they understand the magnitude of this moment.
No, there are 425,000 Minnesotans who just want to go to work, who just want to have peace in their streets. And then there are 10 to 20,000 Minnesotans who can't stop being cunts. Stop acting like this is every person in Minneapolis. This is rabble-rousers, a lot of them paid to be there to cause problems.
And they understand that the endurance of our republic depends on us looking out for each other. And we're standing strong here in Minneapolis.
Here's my take, Jacob. I think a lot of us voted the way we voted in the last election because we're patriots too, and we want there to be rules to come into our country, and we want to look out for the people here. You know, I don't want to quote American History X again because it's not a good look, but I want to, what liberals always say, well, doesn't the Statue of Liberty give us you're tired, you're poor, you're hungry, you're sick? It's Americans who are tired and poor and hungry and sick. So yeah, let's take care of them. Let's cut their credit card rates down to 10%. Let's make it illegal for foreign entities and large corporations to buy single-family homes. Let's work on balancing our budget and strengthening our dollar. Let's get rid of H-1B visas so Americans can get solid, good-paying careers, not just jobs. And then when we've worked out all of that, then we can start bringing in all of your friends that like to vote for you because you give them free shit. By the way, the free shit seems like that's going by the wayside too. Department of Agriculture said they're shutting down SNAP benefits to Minnesota. if they suspect fraud, which, it's about goddamn time. You should have been doing that from Jump Street. So we're going to be jumping around to different parts of Minnesota here during this. By the way, thank you for the 750. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. I also want to keep up with your guys' input because you're going crazy in the chat right now, and I appreciate it. $1 from somebody, too, says, okay, if that's the case, as Fry says, it's totally okay for police to run over protesters blocking the route for the police to leave then. I mean, his logic does fall apart. Like, okay, if you're a truck driver, and as a truck driver, there are people in your way on the freeway protesting something, you should be allowed to run them over. Right? No? We're not allowed? Okay, just checking. So ICE is not just in Minneapolis. ICE is in Minneapolis. They're in Wilmer. They're in St. Cloud. If there are still protests today in St. Cloud, in fact, I should put something out on like the community Facebook pages here. I'm going to go down there and interview a few people today. I'll live stream it if we do. I'll give you guys a heads up ahead of time. Are there any ICE protests in St. Cloud today? I would like to stream some interviews. I mean, it's right. I mean, how often is the city I live in at the forefront of national events? And would I not be a lazy, dumb cunt if I was a streamer for a living and I didn't go out and get some information for you guys right there on the ground? So, yes, I just put out a Facebook post. If anyone wants to let me know where any protests are, I'll head out there today. I should go to the Y and play some basketball, but I feel like I should be on alert to get out there. Hook up my old mic system. I might just use the phone. We'll see. But at any rate, I would like to get out there and interview some of these people and not be like Nick Sorter. I don't want to instigate. I don't want to upset them. I just want to find out why the hell they're there and what they're there for. But yeah, if there are any protests, please go ahead. Meow Meow must be behind in the show. He says, Aaron, I can't take this guy. Don't worry. The Jacob Fry stuff is done. The Jacob Fry stuff is done. I promise you. So they're in Minneapolis. They're in St. Cloud. They're in Wilmer. And they're probably in Mankato as well. They're in kind of all the Somali hotspots are ICE. It did not go well for some police. Now, I think these are ICE agents. They were at a place, if you live in central Minnesota, you probably know the little strip mall they're in here. It's on 33rd Avenue. And I'm very familiar with this place. It's a place basically that time forgot. And like all the local businesses that were in there went under. And it kind of became an abandoned place in an old kind of aging part of town. So what happened was a bunch of Somali refugees bought up all these storefronts or rented out all these storefronts, probably with either fraud money or welfare money. And now they all just hang out. Like that parking lot is full every day. It's these businesses must be doing amazing, right? I mean, it looks like a goddamn swap meet 24/7 at these locations. So ICE figures, hey, we probably got some customers here. We should stop in. We could probably make a hit. And instead, the Somalis in St. Cloud, and some people are celebrating this as like, yeah, way to fight back. I mean, I kind of see this as these are people coming from a foreign country. Some of them not citizens. Some of them may be people that ICE is actually looking for. And they're attacking the United States immigration enforcement apparatus. I don't like the idea of Somalis gathering in numbers and bullying ICE agents out of doing their job. I think this is a bad look for the city of St. Cloud, and I think it's a bad look for the state of Minnesota. But of course, people like Walls and Fry will celebrate this. Let's watch the whole video. You tell me what you think. There you go. Those are just people there taking their kids to daycare. That's, yeah. No, they're just, I mean, obviously they're there to get home health care is all they're doing all fucking day. Look, it's immigration enforcement officers doing their job. I guarantee there are people there with bad documents, overstayed visas, people who aren't either legally allowed in this country or people with criminal warrants who are not here in this, who are not citizens of this country. I guarantee there were people there that ICE had a legitimate reason to be there for. But if you just gather in numbers, you gather in mass, you can push them out. I mean, I don't think this is good for Minnesota. I don't think this is good for our country. You can just come here from a third world shithole and you can start pushing our immigration enforcement officers around. I don't like it, man. And also, they've been gassed up by these blue-haired lefty white women who are fucking toxic to the core. They've been gassed up. They've been taught that they're the good guys, they're victims, and these ICE people are here to take all their kids away, which they're fucking not, unless you're all illegal. And so they feel entitled to go up and gather in numbers, intimidate, and force these ICE agents. And what are the ICE agents going to do? Either they have to deploy. Notice how different ICE treats Somali agitators versus white protesters. And tell me they're not scared of this particular demographic of people. It's white protesters or even black protesters. They're on the sidewalk. They're putting their hands on ICE. Boom. Pepper ball right in the fucking face. No questions asked. Somalis, well, come on, calm down, guys. Let's try to talk about this. We're just here doing our jobs. We got some people we want to find. And how much do you want to bet those people weren't gathering in droves in that parking lot because they knew at least one person who might be someone ICE might be interested in talking to? But they get gassed up by these fucking punk-ass lefties, and all of a sudden we got chaos at the strip malls. We got chaos in the streets. All because we're trying to get people who don't belong here out of our country. It's, I mean, to me, frustrating doesn't begin to say it. Frustrating doesn't begin. Dr. Doom says, Toe, you're going to get shot today. I'm not going to get shot today. I'm going to be respectful. Red Fox Mad with $5 says Trump should be federalizing all entitlements, take them away from the states. Well, some of these entitlements are given as block grants to the states. So it is a little different. GFY Rumble says, good. I lived in Mankato years ago, and the Somalis were the worst. $2 from Cheeseburger Pie says, this weekend, something reported a false claim that there were shots fired by ICE in St. Cloud. That happens every time these agitators get involved. They accuse, remember when Unite Cloud during like the not Trayvon Martin, like the Michael Brown shit and all that, might have even been after George Floyd, when they did that thing where they were like, oh yeah, cops shot two poor black kids who were protesting and just trying to make their voices heard. And then we found out the cops actually shot a guy who had he had punched a cop, he had went for his gun, he had assaulted and beat the cop. And it turns out that the cop didn't shoot. He didn't shoot the guy at all. The shot was fired from the guy. Correct me if I have this wrong, because it was years ago. The guy tried to get the officer's gun or his taser, and they were able to apprehend the guy without shooting him. So it was actually one of the most heroic cop moments ever, and Unite Cloud pitched it as some kind of racist attack. Like, that's why that Natalie Copeland, fuck her, man. She's the worst. Cheeseburger Pie with $2. Okay, we just did that one. $1 from Grand Poobah says, I work for a local armored car company, and I'm supposed to refill an ATM in that shopping center today. My boss said if it looks sketchy, just skip it. All right. All right. I mean, I understand. I get it. It's also a good boss that you have, that he looks out for you like that. Because there are some bosses who would just be like, no, you got a fucking job to do. Do it. 9 memberships away from 400. Oh, my goodness. Thank you guys so much. 752 is the number today. Oh boy, we could have ourselves an 800 day. YouTube, Rumble, keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. I appreciate what you're doing for us today. Thank you so much. And thank you for all the memberships. So here's another guy who decided that he and his friends were going to get in ICE's way, and they were going to park in front of the ICE agents here in Minneapolis. This one's in Minneapolis. We're going back to Minneapolis now. Like I said, we're going to be jumping back and forth. But this is a guy who was in a Renee Good situation. And the cops are like, get out of the fucking car. You're blocking our way. That's enough. Now, this guy didn't hit the gas, but he also thought that cooperation was optional. Let's take a look. Oops. There goes the window. No, not Edwards. They got Snowden. Oh, they got Snowden. Son of a bitch. I liked that guy. Oh, Edward. You had a good run, buddy. Of course, they're in a Prius. I mean, it makes sense, so much of it. I love Homeboy here standing there with the Bear Mace can like he's ready to go. Give me a reason. Ooh. You hear that? That point, that stay there. That person in that car honking just shit their pants a little bit. That was effective. That was a dad voice. That guy's got kids.
We got everything? This car right here, this car? This car right here, left road. There's a lot of glass everywhere.
I love that everybody gets their phones out and they're filming. They're like, yeah, what are you filming? Oh, I'm filming some guy who was being a cunt and was like blocking the road for ICE officers. And then when they told him to get out, he wouldn't. So they went and got him. Oh, so you're filming this for ICE to show that they did nothing wrong. That's good. Thank you. Again, if ICE was going around breaking people's windows and ripping people out for no reason, I would be like, these guys are awful. These are Nazis. Let's fucking, let's do something about this. But it's literally them responding to cunts who are blocking the road. Like, if this was the police in a normal traffic stop, they'd be doing the same thing if you were not cooperating and committing traffic violations.
Park it, and we're out.
Look at that. Nicely just getting... There we go. Just nicely get the fuck out.
You have no fucking right to be here. Get out of our state. Sir, stay over there, please. Fucking murderous,
Sir,
traitorous
I'm telling you, you're not gonna like the
bitches.
outcome.
Get the fuck out. Get out.
We will never stop following.
Get the fuck out.
We all sound so reasonable. Like, honestly, guys... They are, I don't know what you've built them up as in your brain. They are literally here. They have all the files. They have all the documents on people. They know who they're looking for. Get the fuck out of the way. Let them do their job and they'll be gone. They might even be gone by now. They know who they're looking for.
Put up with that phone. You decide to break the law.
Thank you, guys.
We will never.
Some of the people they've arrested include murderers and rapists. They're cleaning garbage off of the street, garbage that your own police refused to report to ICE. These are people who could have been gone on their first offense, but Minnesota's a sanctuary state and we don't report it to ICE. Please tell me how your government, how Tim Walz and Jacob Fry are looking out for you. They arrest these scumbags and they don't kick them the fuck out of the country. They give them lenient sentences or they let them out on no bail and they're back out on the street. And then ICE comes to get rid of these people because red flags pop up. They go, hey, this illegal fucker committed a murder. Hey, this illegal fucker committed a rape. Like, these are big bad eggs. Let's go get them. It would be nice if they could. I mean, do you know how quiet the process is when the city cooperates with ICE? They go, hey, ICE, we just arrested a guy and we ran his stuff. And turns out he's here illegally and he's got forged documents or he's got an overstayed visa. Would you guys like to come pick him up? And ICE will go, absolutely. We'll send someone out. They make an exchange. It's done. But when you have cities like New York and Minneapolis and these others where they arrest these people, let them back out on the street, then ICE goes, you're not going to tell us where we can get these guys? They're like, no, fuck you. All right, we're coming to your city and we're going to come en masse because you guys are hostile towards us. I mean, act like we didn't kind of bring this on ourselves.
Out of our fucking
fucking snake! We will never stop following you!
I love this guy. He's like, all right. Ooh. I like him.
Fuck you!
Bear Mace guy rules.
Howard, get a real job.
What is he? Somebody in my chat? Get the fuck out of here. What are you doing? Get a real job. No. I have to beg for money in 2 hours. What do you mean get a real job? Hey, I feel attacked personally. Shame on you.
Back up.
I like Bear Mace guy. He's all right. You broke my Lincoln Park Meteora CD, sir. Patty O'Keefe. I'm sure that's a real name. I'm sure that's... Oh, yeah, my friend Patio Furniture was here protesting. Yeah. Drew says, here's a like, but I disagree with your commentary. Hey, man, that's totally fine. Thank you for the like. That's actually very generous of you. Even though you don't agree with what I'm saying. And I am being, like, pretty fascistic today. I'm going to admit, because I've fucking had it. I've lived in this state too long. I understand. If you don't live here, I can understand where you think, oh, my God, Aaron's gone crazy. And he's turned into a full-blown Nazi fascist. I get it. I do. I sound that way. But it's, dude, our state never learns any fucking lessons. It's the same paid agitators all the time. Our leaders here stoke the flames and encourage it. So I'm down with anybody who's trying to do the opposite. So I get it, Drew. And thank you for your honesty. I appreciate that. And I am aware of how much of a goddamn fascist I'm coming off as. But honest to God. It's fucking insanity out there. Drew says, covered faces, unmarked vehicles, and swapping license plates. What could go wrong? The problem is these guys are covering their faces because if they show out, well, number one, it's cold out. But number two, if they show up without the face coverings on, people have been doxing them, doxing their families, doxing their addresses. And, I mean, ICE agents have been shot and killed over this shit. So, I mean, look, it looks, I understand the optics are not good. But I understand why they're doing it. Rostog's Broken Spirit could use a membership. Where'd that line? Oh, there was one line I wanted to get. Ablo Pacheco says, not the Meteora CD. No. And Silverwolf says, what kind of gay F word remembers the name of a Linkin Park CD? Bro, I think that CD came out when I was like in 6th or 7th grade. I mean, the Meteora CD was huge. What year did Meteora come out? 2000. Oh, that's not, no, Hybrid. Oh, shit. Hybrid Theory was the one I was thinking of. I was a sophomore in high school when Meteora came out. I'm sorry. I was, here, when did Hybrid Theory come out? October 24th, 2000. Yeah. I was in 8th grade when Linkin Park's debut album came out. In fact, I had a friend. She was she had boobs, so I really liked her. And for the women in the audience, you never have guy friends. They're just guys who are trying to fuck you. So she thought we were like really good friends. I just thought she was really cute. And we got really close, and she was like, I just hate your music so much. And I'm like, I hate yours too. So she's like, let's swap CDs. Like, this is some 2000 shit right here. She goes, let's swap CDs and let's see if we can like each other's music. So this is going to be bad, you guys. This is going to be really douchey. She gave me the Hybrid Theory CD and an Incubus CD. Blah. I gave her the Tupac All Eyes on Me album. That was my shit back then. That's what I liked. The double album All Eyes on Me. I didn't even listen to the Incubus one. I fucking hated Incubus. I still do. God, they're so gay. People who like that and Death Cab for Cutie and fucking what was that other crybaby band? Oh God, what were they? Son of a bitch. That's not their name. The Crybaby White Boys. Oh shit. Not the Fray. It's like the Fray, but it's not the Fray. What was that? Simple Plan, yes, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. Oh, God damn it. You guys are going to get this. Good Charlotte, yes, but that's not who I'm thinking of. Panic at the Disco. You guys are naming all lame-ass fucking white bands, and you're right, but it's not the one I'm thinking of. Fall Out Boy, that's the one. Fall Out Boy. Just sad white guy shit. Like Chris Rock said it perfect in The Longest Yard. What are you so depressed about? You're white. Smile. A little dignity. She ended up being a lesbian. Sorry, I fast forwarded to the end of that story. I used to go to the house that she would babysit at summer after 8th grade. We would hang out. And then after high school, she became a lesbian. I'd like to think I had nothing to do with that. Nothing to do with that. All right. Jen Carlisle says, I just found you. Kind of like you. I've got, Jen, thank you. Hit follow, become a member, all that shit. I appreciate you. But here, I have plenty of time to alienate you and make you hate my guts. How's that sound? We'll see what we can do. Joey Caravello says, Aaron, turn her back normal again. I'm not available. Dinkelman says, you turned her gay. Wow. Yeah, but she caught she caught the lesbian super liberal disease. So she went short haired, got fat, the whole deal. She went all the way lesbian. She went not, the lesbian you guys think about doesn't exist. He's like, oh, this girl who's fucking smoking hot with giant tits and a great ass. And she just loves eating pussy, but I could also turn her that doesn't exist. They like to do flooring. They could probably hang sheetrock better than you could. It's not someone in the chat going softball lesbian. That's all there is. It's all look at Renee Good. When she turned gay, it just went off with the hair, get fat. You guys, I'm sorry, but this lesbian you're talking about only exists in your dreams. You know, in the movie King Arthur, where Clive Owen thinks that Rome is this amazing free place, but then the bishop's son, or that governor's son tells him that the Rome you believe in only exists in your dreams. That's you guys and lesbians. I'm sorry. Yes, or as Roots Calhoun more succinctly puts it, rugby dykes. Thank you. Yes. Drew says the movie with Clint Eastwood called The Mule shows how our government works with the cartels and brings the drugs, weapons, and humans across the border. Our government set up the cartels to then declare war. Well, yeah, I mean, we need to justify our military budget. Not only that, trust me. While they're distracting us with this ICE protest, Somali daycare stuff here in Minnesota, they're going to pull a dirty move in Iran or another one in Venezuela again. Trust me. They're setting up for something. Chad Buzmak says, so wait, you were into a butch dyke? It's all adding up. Another story we can add to the lore, huh? Another story we can add to the lore. There was one girl that I was seeing in, I think it was 8th grade again. 8th grade was the first year I really started hanging out regularly with girls. And there was a girl who was really, really cute. She was a lot of fun. And my buddy Andrew had been with her. They were going out, which was basically holding hands in the hallway in school. And then she kind of came over to me afterwards. And I was into her, and something was going to happen there. But then my buddy Andrew, we were in class one day. I'll never forget. We were sitting right next to each other, and he's like, "Dude, she's gross. She's got MTs." I'm like, "What?" Yeah, she's got missile tits, dude. Don't fuck around. And I'm like, "Oh, missile tit." None of us knew what the fuck we were talking about. We were 13 or 14 years old. He's like, "Yeah, she's got MTs. She's got missile tits." I mean, if you're into that sort of thing, it's fine. I didn't know anything about manipulation and bitter ex-boyfriends and, my buddy, I shouldn't hang out with my buddy's ex-girlfriend. We were all just learning these things at the time. But him saying she's got missile tits made me go, yeah, dude, I'm staying away from that. I don't know. Middle school was very confusing times. You know what? For this audience, telling a sloppy second story, probably not a good idea. Probably not a good idea. But then, my favorite, thinking back to high school, my favorite retarded guy moment would have to be when all of us thought that a guy, like when one of our friends started having sex with his girlfriend, and then like people would break up, and we'd be like, "Oh man, did you hear so and so's single again? Like this girl's single again?" And they're like, "Yeah, but I wouldn't date her. She's been cashed by Jono. He wrecked it." Like this idea that if one guy had sex with this girl a lot, her vagina was just obliterated and it never went. Like, we really in our minds, or at least we talked that way, thought that vaginas were like buttholes and they didn't have elasticity to them and they didn't snap back. Like, if a guy was in there, it's, oh, she's wrecked, she's done. Which I guess if you think back to it now, like, it's kind of based. Like, we should go for a girl who's more pure and not loose. But like, the way we thought the physiology of it worked is fucking retarded and funny to think back on. I remember we had a buddy, Jono, and specifically one thing we said at lunch, I remember this conversation. "Hey, so-and-so broke up with Jono. Would you like her?" "Yeah, but she's been cashed by Jono, dude. She's wrecked." It's like, what? Not. If that were the case, every time you hooked up with somebody in your early 20s, it would just be like curtains flapping in the breeze. Like, it's not how it works. Main Vein with $1 says Aaron was a straight up wigger as a kid. I mean, kind of. I bet you if Roots and I sat down, we'd have a lot more in common taste-wise than a lot of people would think. So, yes, it was, look. High school and middle school were very confusing times. All right, we got to get back to these protests, shall we? Thank you guys very much. 773 of you in here checking out the toe. I can't say I appreciate it enough. Let's get to the, we got three more clips from the protest. The next one is everybody's favorite. You love Ilhan Omar, right? Ilhan Omar is the best. We all think that she's just the bee's knees, this Ilhan. She fucking sucks. I hate her so much. She's so disingenuous. And like, there's politicians who believe in the bullshit they spew. And then there's politicians, and they're on the left and the right, where they know that the people they're talking to are easily led and stupid. And they just say shit that you can almost see the smirk on their face while they're saying it. Ilhan Omar, to me, is one of those people. The things she tells people and the things she actually wants to do are two separate things. Here she is at the protests telling people that they should take their state back and they should push back against that. This is, I mean, these are the same people who told the police after George Floyd they need to practice de-escalation. Why don't you guys ever de-escalate? You're always fanning the flames. Let's see if she's practicing what she preaches.
We are going to show all of them the door out. And we are going to make sure that these people pay for what they have done to us.
By the way, we could say the same thing about Somali fraud, but you could literally take this speech so far and you could put it in a Republican representative's hands standing outside the Leering Center, and it could be the same speech so far. And that's sad because it kind of shows how far apart we are.
I am going to leave you with this. I love this community. This community raised me as an immigrant. This community also sent me to Washington, D.C. as a refugee to represent you.
And then you said that you represent Somalia's interest first. Yeah, you're welcome.
I carry that proudly. I am not somebody people describe about the challenges you all are experiencing. I'm someone who has lived it. And what I'll tell you is this. What we are going through today is going to create a different kind of community for us. we are going to forge a different path forward. We are going to use every single lesson we are learning today to make sure no community gets terrorized like we are being terrorized by Trump and his Goonies ever again.
Goonies? I thought you said Coonies for a second. I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Take it easy. Take it easy. I mean, again, like, I'm interested. What is this new world you're building? Is it a new world where immigration laws don't get enforced? Because I'm sorry, you guys tried that for 4 years. We rejected it. We don't want that world. Please tell me what we're supposed to do. Because here's the thing, Ilhan. We're sending agents in. They're going to get illegals out of our country. They're going to expel and they're going to deport illegal immigrants, especially criminal illegals, people who have committed crimes while they're here. Let's figure out how we can do that and not upset the apple cart as much as possible. But you don't want to have that conversation. You're wondering why this is such a tough struggle for you. And it's because your starting point is ICE doesn't do anything. If we say it's a sanctuary city, ICE can't come in here and bust illegals. I'm sorry, that's a non-starter. And you've already lost that debate. So no.
We are committed to this resistance. We are committed in
By the way, Pat McAfee grew a nice beard.
building a community. We are committed in confronting our nation as a country of immigrants and making sure that dream stays alive.
She's just not a very motivational speaker. Like, she doesn't instill like a lot of spirit, mostly because she's just saying words. The immigrant spirit is alive all ICE is trying to do is get criminals off the street. That's it. You're arguing a point that's not coming at you.
Thank you so much for being here. I love you all. We all love you. Everybody said people are not going to be out in the streets in Minnesota because it is too cold. Yes, it is too cold, but our hearts are warm enough to keep us in these streets to resist for our neighbors. Thank you.
Again, I have to ask, what are we resisting? They are there to apprehend people who are here illegally. I'm having a tough time with we're here to defend our neighbors. Los Federales with $1 says, I can't stand the ICE protest streamers. Just because you have a camera doesn't make you part of the press. That's like buying running shoes, making me an Olympian. I'm a Latino. Get these spics out, putos. Jesus. That's the thing. Sometimes these immigrants can be more racist than the white people. You know, they can be like, hey, we got to get these fucking beaners out of here, boys. And I'm like, am I being punked? Like, you're trying to get me to say some shit. But you're trying to figure out how Whitey talks when you're not around. I'm not biting. I'm not biting. 9 memberships away from 400. Thank you guys very much for your generosity. Continue to hit like and follow and subscribe and all of that. 750 is where we've peaked out today, right around 750. I appreciate it. Keep it up. You guys like hearing what we have to say on the ICE stuff. We've only got 2 more clips. All of this rabble-rousing and shit, by the way, all it's doing is making sure that more ICE agents come to Minnesota, because Kristi Noem said yesterday, DHS is sending hundreds more ICE agents to Minnesota. I mean, first of all, these protesters aren't crowding ICE because they know that there are no illegals here, and so they should just leave. They know that ICE is probably going to, be detaining a lot of people if they're allowed to do their job here in Minnesota. And again, this is what the majority of the country voted for. But, you keep getting in the way. I mean, it's not like ICE agents or the Trump administration is going to have all of these protesters in Minnesota and they're going to go, I didn't know they'd be mad. We should probably back it off. No, he's going to send more and they're going to get this job done no matter how long it takes. So, Noem said that we're sending more officers today and tomorrow, which that tomorrow would be today. They'll arrive. There will be hundreds more in order to allow our ICE and Border Patrol individuals that are working in Minneapolis to do so safely. And if anyone gets in their way, there will be consequences. Yeah, so I'm just about done with this. I can feel myself getting a little fatigued with all the ICE stuff. Also, if There are protests in St. Cloud today. I am going to head down there and get some interviews, if you will. Let's go to this one. This is the last one for a reason, because I figured I'd be getting protest fatigued by now in the show, and I am. So I had to play the most insufferable protester that we had. This is a woman who's conflicted. This is a Minnesota protester who's conflicted because she's white. Renee Good is white. She's angry about what ICE did to Renee Good, but she doesn't know if she should say anything because she's white. Ladies and gentlemen, this is when the tapeworm, the parasite, the brain worm that is DEI progressivism, this is what happens when it takes root and just turns your brains into split pea soup. Enjoy final stage progressivism.
So, I mean, I'm just walking around kind of just dazed-eyed because I was like, I don't know if it's the right thing to do. It feels kind of wrong being here in some way. I don't know why.
And why do you think, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, like, where that stems from.
Look at them. They shake. They're just shaking all the time because they're constantly worried they're saying the wrong thing or saying the right thing the wrong way. They're just so nervous. Like, you can tell every word out of this woman's mouth is a laborious process because she's terrified of saying something wrong.
I mean, part of it is being like a white woman that I'm privileged and I have a lot of privilege.
Oh, my God.
So I feel like white tears are not always something that's helpful or necessary when black and brown people have been experiencing this.
Bro, this fucking self-immolation is what this is. This is cultural and racial self-immolation. You as a people cannot stand with this kind of an attitude because black and brown people don't give a shit about your guilt. Black and brown people don't respect your guilt. In fact, if there's one thing black and brown, if people of color, Asians, if there's one thing they respect, it's pride in who you are. It's pride in your culture. If you tell this white lady, hey, man, I'm proud to be white, she'd go, you fucking supremacist, you weird. You tell a black person, Latino person, an Asian person, hey, I'm proud to be white, they'd say one of two things. They'd say, I'm proud to be Latino. Yeah, that's good. You should be proud. Or they'd say, just pass the ball, you fucking retard. We're playing basketball. Just shut up. Like, nobody gives a fuck about your guilt, about your skin color. That's pure self-immolation to get attention for yourself so you can get attaboys and pat on the backs from other people who hate themselves because of their skin color because they listened to the wrong people growing up. She's shaking. She cannot conduct a basic interview because she's worried about how white she is. This is a cancer.
Or necessary when black and brown people have been experiencing this for a long time. This isn't new for them, and so I don't know if that makes any sense. No.
It doesn't. It makes no sense. You sound fucking stupid. And I will say this. You said you don't know if you should be out here as a white woman. Let me help you. Go home. I think it would just be best if you go home. If you're worried about being a white woman, in fact, you should tell all of your other fellow white women, maybe it is time to just go home. This is embarrassing.
That way.
How did you decide that you should be here? Or are you still figuring that out?
I'm a white woman. I need attention.
Well, I work like 2 miles from here. So driving by, it was like I'm here. I'm 2 miles. I can stop.
So you feel really guilty because all of the black and brown people who have been harmed, and you as a white woman don't know if it's a good idea for you to get involved. But, however, you were close by, so what the hell? Fuck those black and brown people who feel sensitive. Me as a white woman, I was close, so I was drawn in like a magnet. Oh, I knew somebody would tweet about it today. Professor Tie-Dye says, today on Aaron Imholt's show, I learned his taste in music was so bad he drove his high school crush into being a biscuit bumper over letting other men near her. She was so upset about her experience with me. She's like, never another man. They will never be allowed to get that close. How dare you? Jen Carlisle says, dumb shit. I'm a normie. White women have been brainwashed. She is really, I mean, that was embarrassing. That should be embarrassing for everybody. Everybody. She's one of those people who needs to be told how to feel about shit. You know? She needs to be told that it's okay to feel this way about a topic, or it's okay to feel that way about a topic. All right, so we're all that's the ICE stuff for today. That's all I've got for the ICE stuff today. And I am going to have a palate cleanser of palate cleanser. I'm going to have the biggest, like, we're going to go the other way and kind of get away from this shit moment that we can possibly have. I will admit, I saw a clip this weekend from Stalin 19, and I have watched it 3 times. And I'm not going to make you watch the whole thing, but file it under it's so bad it's good. There is a guy who's like, he's a Kevin Brennan Whack Pack cast member. He goes by the moniker Mr. Kill Everything, or MKE. He's famous for getting blackout, blind drunk, and streaming. He's the guy who came up with what you guys want our $2 drop to be.
On the bottom?
Shut up. It's playing right now. Texas law. So Mr. Kill Everything appeared on Ashley Cummings' stream. If you don't know who Ashley Cummings is, she is the sister of Whitney Cummings, who was on Rogan over the weekend. So they did a stream together, and Mr. Kill Everything is fucking bombed. And while he's arrested, I'm sorry, I was reading a ICE story that we had up there. And while he was intoxicated and while he was on this stream, he decided that he was smitten by Ashley Cummings. And people in the chat are like, oh, McBuster says, more Dabbleverse gossip. Don't even think of this as Dabbleverse, guy. Don't even think about it as that. It just happened to be on Stalin's channel. This would be funny no matter what community it came from. I shouldn't even have said who it was. I shouldn't have said Dabbleverse. Don't. You can view this as just a person who likes silly shit. This is not a drama thing. This is an insane drunk guy hitting on a girl live on stream. And if you don't use one of these catchphrases from this video as a Valentine's card this year, you're missing out. So fucking don't do that thing where you go, Aaron, you have your own community. You don't need this shit. We hate it. Fuck up. No, it's not about this community. We killed it. It's dead and buried. They're all fighting with each other. They're fighting over scraps. RIP, they're done. This is just, I love this guy. I unironically think he's great. I want to play it for you. I think you'll enjoy it. We just did some heavy shit with all this ICE stuff and credit card interest. Gift some memberships, hit some likes, hit some follows. Let's have fun. Trust me, guys, just because an area of the internet may be cancerous doesn't mean some healthy cells can't live. So here's MKE and Ashley Cummings. If you don't get some of these lines in your head and say it to your significant other today, I question your ability to understand what greatness is. Here we go.
I think you're one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen.
Aww. Otherwise from you, but see, look, it says.
Oh yeah, this guy has also gotten very drunk and like called her a cunt and ugly and awful many times before. So he's hitting on her, but he's also said like terrible things.
You got AI coming up.
Now we're back.
You got AI coming up, so just listen to me and let me be genuine. Ashley, I think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. I would love our arms to be wrapped around and be genuine between you are beautiful.
I would love for her arms to be wrapped around and genuine. And then I think he said you're warm. I want to go back to that one. So there's a Valentine's Day card. Let me be genuine. And then on the inside, I want your arms wrapped around and genuine.
Our arms to be wrapped around and be genuine between you are beautiful. And whatever else you got on that is going on and genuine stream, well, I guess that's for AI to figure out.
This is what I mean, guys. I'm telling you, this clip is harmless. It's not drama. It's beautiful. It's funny. And by the way, I found out that this guy's like in his late 30s. Like he's younger than I am. I would have thought pushing 50. I mean, when they say alcohol takes a toll, it takes a toll. I'm not saying that to be disrespectful. I love this guy. This is instantly one of my favorite internet clips of all time. And the funniest part about it is Ashley Cummings is not that attractive. But when you're drunk, like he's got 2 a.m. bar lights going on right now.
But Ashley,
yeah,
you are very, very something beautiful.
You're very, very, there's another card. Let's count up the Valentine's cards. You are very, very something beautiful.
Thank you.
I really think I fucked up the stream, so I'm going to end this right now. Good night, Jack.
So there we go. 1 minute and 10 seconds in, he's saying, I think I fucked up. I'm going to end this stream. And he's told her that she's beautiful and he loves her.
What did I say? Can you at least just send me the link of the song?
What song?
I just sent it on your phone. The Hans Zimmer.
Actually, you really fucked up my whole fucking, in the stream. And
oh,
so now he's turned on her. By the way, if you're going to say I can't stand her voice, I can't stand her voice either. I was playing this. I told SP to listen to this clip because it's fucking classic. And she goes, I can't get through it. She goes, I can't listen to this chick's voice. And I am so obsessed with MKE that I'm willing. I kind of just block out her awful, whiny, sing-songy voice because I want to hear what MKE has to say next. So if you're saying, Aaron, her voice is terrible, I get it. I understand. Just power through. She's going to keep whining. She's doing this thing where when a drunk guy hits on you and you like the attention, but you're not interested in him, she's going to try and change the subject because she doesn't want no guys hitting on her. That would suck. Be bad for her self-esteem. But she also doesn't want MKE. She's not interested in MKE. So she goes, can you send me the Hans Zimmer song? Can you send me the song? And he's like, listen, I want our embrace to be genuine.
Is there not a way that you can put that song?
No, I probably could have. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mess up everything you meant to do.
No, I sent it to you. Did you get it?
No, I'm very sure I got it.
Can you possibly put it on the bottom the way
How
that
can
you
you
did the
be
other
this
one?
drunk, though? Like,
yeah, I can.
How are you not asleep?
Are you mad?
No, I'm not mad. It's just Ashley, it's just like there's no reason for you to be mad.
Oh, I'm not. Why would you think I was mad?
You conquered the whole world. And
You
Ashley,
conquered the whole world.
You conquered everything.
There's another card. You conquered the whole world and you conquered everything. Valentine's Day.
And Ashley, you you conquered the moment.
Conquered the moment. And then, wait, go back. Did he just burp? Did you just have a throat burp after he said you conquered the moment?
Ashley, you
listen.
Yeah, you conquered the moment.
He had a fucking he had a drunken throat burp right after. Like, in his mind, he is smooth. He's not a wreck right now at all. In MKE's brain, he's like, I am laying it out there. I am hit after hit right now. And he had a guttural, boozy throat burp. You conquered the moment is a great line, though.
Yeah, you conquered the moment.
It sounded like a ribbon. It sounded like a frog.
What moment are we talking about?
You conquered the moment to where whatever it is you want to do among your pie, your father, your stepfather, your...
I don't have a stepfather. I never did.
He just says your stepfather. Her parents are together and she doesn't have a stepfather. She just has a mom and a dad. He's like, your stepfather is great.
Ashley, pay attention here.
You dumb bitch. Pay attention. I'm trying to fucking compliment you. You're conquering the moment. Now don't fuck it up. Pay attention here.
It doesn't matter what it is you had.
Oh.
Whatever they're throwing out, you never had.
Oh.
Hey, and Ashley, I never had a stepfather. I never had a grandfather.
He never had a grandfather. His dad was just willed into being and then reproduced with his mother, who was also willed into being, and they are the start of their own family tree. So we're learning a lot. We're learning that MKE's never had a stepfather. He never had a grandfather either. Holy shit. I don't think I've ever been able to get this way. I mean, you fall asleep, you pass out before this happens.
I had a nothing father. Okay.
I'm sorry for that.
Look, Ashley, I know you never met my father, but he loved you. I don't know. What does that mean? I don't know.
Why?
Everyone probably doesn't mean nothing.
I mean, I don't know how he could love me if he never met me, right?
Ashley,
I love how she's responding to the drunk as though reason's going to creep through. Like, MKE, if he didn't know me, how could he love me? Did she expect like he was going to break that down philosophically? Like he was going to make that make sense? Ashley, just roll with it. This is why these podcasters need to have a broadcasting background. Just feed him. That's all you need to do. Just feed him. I mean, literally in this case, he needs to eat something.
Ashley,
That's a nice thing to say.
Okay, yeah. You gotta say, hey, yes, Ashley, did I meet you? Ashley, I've met you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think everyone knows that.
Ashley, I may be a hateful piece of shit, but I'm sorry.
Ring it up. There's another Valentine's card. By the way, at the end of this, please give me your favorite quote. Please keep track. I may be a hateful piece of shit. Go back. That's another card.
A hateful piece of shit, but I'm sorry.
I may be a hateful piece of shit, but I'm sorry. Happy anniversary, babe.
I think that we've said this privately, and we decided that anything between us is private. I am very sorry about how things got with us in every way.
This is fucking retarded.
Yeah, you don't need to apologize.
Just let him be drunk.
We figured that out, right? You wouldn't be on my show right now.
We did, and I'm sorry. You're right.
But you don't. What I'm saying is, you don't have to be sorry. We've already gone through that.
Quit
right?
trying to have a deep conversation, Ashley. He's drank himself retarded. You're not gonna get through.
Yeah.
I appreciate you too, and
Can we play the Hans Zimmer song?
Shut up.
Please?
Okay. I'm trying to find it right now.
I sent it to your text. Should I send it to your?
See, you're
ex?
ruining it right now.
Is that easier?
You're not.
I'm trying. I don't know, but I'm trying.
I don't even know if we're friends on X.
He can't see, honey.
No, we may not be. I don't know.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is where he takes off the shirt.
Honey,
I sent it to your text message.
Honey.
And we'll probably get copy stricken again. But I
I
don't
hate her
care
voice.
because the song is
No,
really
we
good.
didn't
And
get
they can't do much.
Her voice is awful.
Yeah, none of this happened with this.
None of this happened.
We're fine.
None of this happened with.
Did you find the song?
Of course I did.
Okay, can you put it where you put it before on the bottom right? Or is that annoying?
Well, I don't
You're
know.
gonna have to teach me this weekend. Or something.
I got all the noise and all the shit in front of us.
What noise?
I got a lot of noise right in front of us.
What do you mean, the chat? Ignore the chat. Just play the song.
It doesn't matter if it's a chat. It's on the song, and we're going with the song. And yeah,
the shirt's coming off.
Hey, I'm trying to keep my
Are you
clothes off.
wearing a butt?
Yes, I'm unbuttoning it right now.
Are you in a robe?
No, it's a button.
It's a button.
But it is a chut bud.
It's a chut
What?
bud.
You don't like my fucking hair chest? You. Here. I don't even know what to call it.
Fuck you.
No, I'm just wondering. Is this you look?
I love how you're so pair.
You could play. You could absolutely play one of those thugs on any show right now. Like the
Yeah,
way
see,
that
she's
that
useless.
show-
We just need him to go. We should just-
Exactly. Yeah. Hey, come discover my kick. My kick. All right. Doesn't really matter.
No, it does. I didn't catch any.
Ashley, God bless you. And who was it? Scarlett. And am I wrong on anything?
No, I don't think you've been wrong about anything except I'm waiting for you to play the Hans Zimmer song.
She's
I don't know how to
unfucking
put it
bearable. How do you
wherever
talk
put
like
it
that as a
on the
50-year-old woman? I don't know
bottom.
how old she is.
Oh, Ashley. You're waiting for me to come to you right now?
And he's back. Ashley, she's like, I want you to send the song. How many times does this drunk have to show you that he's not processing anything you're saying before you stop asking for the fucking Hans Zimmer song? How many times could you have Googled the Hans Zimmer song and found it? It's a fucking Hans Zimmer score. It goes like this. It has a little run up, and then there's a shitload of noise. Jesus Christ. Let MKE cook. Sorry, getting invested. I shouldn't do that.
I was waiting for the Hans Zimmer song.
Can you just be happy for the basics, honey?
The basics?
The basics. I'm coming to you on the basics for Zimmer.
Look at your shirt. You're so funny. I like it, but like,
Look at his face. He's like, yeah, I got this. He's crushing it right now. Like in his mind, he's home.
Where's the green robe, kind of, in a way?
Well, I don't think I was wearing the green robe, but one thing, honey, one thing I was going to do for you was let you allow to continue on the robe.
I've taken English, believe it or not. Some would say it's my first language. I don't think that was a complete sentence.
Continue on the robe.
I think
Can we
you
hear
know.
the Hans Zimmer song?
No, shut up.
Continue on the green robe that you brought here.
I think you know that. Well, you're being cute, and you're.
Wait,
what are you doing?
that is part and parcel to things that I'm not proud of. And I told you when we spoke the other day.
Oh, who cares?
Like, you haven't been great to me. I haven't been great to you.
She's
We've both been assholes.
She's trying to have a deep
Let's keep
conversation
that
with a complete
offline
drunk right now.
and be publicly friends.
Like this is
online.
registering.
Does this make sense? Remember we discussed this.
I'm looking at Ashley here, and I mean, it's like MK told me I was beautiful. Yeah, I definitely told Bo Beaverton Ashley is beautiful. And
it's
I'm
coming
taking
off.
my shirt off.
It's coming off.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, boy.
What's happening? Is this an MKE moment?
Light up a cigarette, buddy.
Ashley, come on, kiss my ass and suck my dick. Yes.
There's another Valentine's card. He's being Ashley, baby. You are the completeness of everything. Hey, MKE, here's a light jab your way. Ashley, kiss my ass and suck my dick. Oh, I miss drunks. Oh, not really, but I do. Oh, Ashley, you're the essence of everything that's good, and you are the embrace that's warm for me, and the basics of everything. Oh, your shirt's coming off a little weird. Kiss my ass and suck my dick, you fucking bitch.
I'm taking my shirt off right now.
Why did you have to say kiss my ass and suck my dick? That's rude.
I was trying to make a joke, Ashley.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling very comfortable.
I'm ready to go to bed right now.
You're doing fine. Who says you're a big boy? You don't have a bedtime. Do what you want.
Okay, can we play the Hans Zimmer song? or no?
Okay, let's go ahead.
And you can dance with like your shirt off.
No, just my shirt off. I'm ready to go to bed.
I'm ready.
Do you want to listen to the song before you go to bed or no?
No, I do, sweetheart.
I do, sweetheart. Here
I
we go.
do, sweetheart. Yes. Tell me Tell me what it is you want me to listen to.
I sent you the link on here.
He's not. His hands
I don't know
don't
if I
work.
have you on Twitter. I might have you on I sent you the link on your text message. It's this one.
There's one line.
Your...
There's one line specifically I'm waiting for. We can shut this off at that line, but goddamn, is it great? It's the best Valentine's card there is.
Phone, and I sent it on.
Oh fuck! Oh, he disappeared. Oh boy!
I sent it on your text, and
He's
I
gone.
just sent it on WhatsApp. It's this one. Oh God, did we lose him?
Are you being a cute weirdo, honey?
I'm always a cute weirdo. Did you get it? This
Yes,
one.
I know you're a cute weirdo who it's like, hey, let's play with some doggies and play some doggy toys.
Did you disappear?
I'm here.
Are you being that's my favorite line. That's my favorite Valentine's card of the whole thing. Are you being a cute little weirdo, honey? He went to bed that night thinking he was in. He's like, you know what? I've put in my investment and I'm going to get a return. Ladies and gentlemen, my favorite guy in the world, MKE. That was some Texas law right there. I absolutely loved that. That man is the greatest. There's no debate. There's no debating. That guy fucking rules. MKE. Let me go into some of these. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Joey Caravello with 2 says, Aaron, do you think Johnny has ever put his glasses up his own ass? Oh, for sure. $1 from Silverwolf says, I have to ask, is Coltrane listening? This guy's drunk. Sounds like the one guy him and I know, and he's drunk hitting on girls. He's a national treasure. Tarnished Maiden with $1 says, you've conquered the whole world and you've conquered everything. Would make a great Valentine's Day card for Trump. I want there to be a Valentine's card that says you've conquered the whole world and you've conquered everything. And there's a globe in the middle and you've conquered the whole world on top. You've conquered everything on bottom. And then one on the inside, there's just a big red heart. And around the bottom, it says, you've conquered the moment. And then, quote, Mr. Kill Everything. Perfect. Kevin Soundboard says the slow pauses followed by repeating her full name, Ashley, is completely disturbing. It's remarkably disturbing. It's problematic. But it's funny because it's not happening to me. Chad Buzmak says you're losing viewers too. I know, I probably did. He said you lost 40 viewers watching that. I know. But look, I had to stick to my guns. Buzmak, one thing you can respect about me is that I thought that was good, and I thought it was good outside of anything Dabbleverse or anything like that. It was fun. It was stuff that my audience would love if they didn't know where it came from. You guys would love that fucking clip if it came from anywhere else. So I stuck to my guns, and I said it's going to cost me, but that's all right because I need this in my life. I sound like MKE now. Yeah, we went from 750 to almost 700, 710. You're right. We lost about exactly 40 people. All right. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Let's have ourselves a great day to start the week. Let me talk about Rumble Wallet. We talked about this earlier in the show. They can freeze your accounts, shut off your cards, lock you out of your own money overnight. Banks don't protect you. They control you. That's why real financial freedom starts with ownership. Introducing Rumble Wallet, a wallet built for people who refuse to give up control. With Rumble Wallet, you don't just buy digital currency like Bitcoin and Tether. You can own Tether Gold, real gold, on the blockchain. Through Tether Gold, you get direct ownership of physical gold bars, each one fully allocated, verifiable by serial number, purity, and weight. This isn't paper gold. It's not an IOU. This is real gold without bank vaults, storage fees, or gatekeepers. You can buy, sell, or move it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even when traditional gold markets are closed. And if you want, Tether Gold can be redeemed for physical gold. That's power. And when you support creators on Rumble, you can tip them directly using Rumble Wallet, peer-to-peer, secure, and outside the banking system. No permissions, no middlemen, no cancel button. This wallet is yours forever. The Rumble Wallet. Thank you. Rumble Wallet. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. Shit. Throw us a couple of memberships. Throw us a couple of bucks. That's how this show runs. We appreciate it. Meow Meow says MKE is also part sector. All right. Fair enough. Tinkleman says his favorite line was, Ashley, kiss my ass and suck my dick. That was my favorite, is when he's sitting there going, you're a cute little weirdo. You've conquered everything. You've conquered the moment. You're so amazing. Yeah, you gonna wear a robe or something? Ashley, kiss my ass and suck my fucking dick, okay? Whoa. I don't really think that was necessary, but all right. Okay, so we did ICE protests. We did all of that shit. Then we went lighthearted with the MKE stuff. Now we got to go back to some gruesome, creepy shit. I think this is where I realized that maybe our audience, maybe we need to put more females into this audience, so we need to be doing more true crime, you know? I need more bodies buried in shallow graves. I mean, for the content. Also, 9 memberships away from 400. If we do that, I have to go till 11 today, which is fine. Lancaster County man accused of being in possession of over 100 dead bodies. In possession of. That's such an odd way to put it. Like, not hid 100 bodies, not buried 100 bodies in a shallow grave somewhere outside of town. In possession of, like he had them. Like they were cadavers he was working on. And if you look at this property, I mean, it looks like a place where you'd see a guy with like a meat cleaver doing all kinds of post-mortem experiments on dead bodies. Let's find out what the hell's going on in Lancaster County. What is this, Pennsylvania? Ugh.
Decaying corpses and torsos full skeletons.
In other words, a family Thanksgiving. Yes, very much so. When asked what happened, the man said he was just being a cute little weirdo.
Skulls and bones, all found in a basement here in Ephrata Borough.
Taylor has just kissed my ass and sucked my fucking dick, okay?
Detectives walked into a horror movie come to life the other night.
Police say this.
But oh, Jesus, no shit, huh? Boy, this guy lived the gimmick, that's for sure. You know, this is refreshing. You see so many of these guys with these septums piercings and blackout tattoos all over their body, and they're usually soft pussies like MGK. This guy had 100 bodies on him. I mean, he earned his ink. He conquered the moment. You conquered everything.
Man, Jonathan Gerlach, is responsible, saying he stole over 100 dead bodies from a Delaware County cemetery.
This is...
Oh, so he was on some Ed Gein shit. He was digging them up. I was going to say, like, without killing people and without being a serial killer, how do you get your hands on 100 bodies? Please don't answer that in chat. It's not necessary. But yeah, to get 100 bodies, shit. You do. You just have to be digging them up Ed Gein style. I hope he wasn't doing to him what... Yeah, it's not important.
An unbelievable scene that no one involved, from myself to the detectives to the medical examiners that are now trying to piece together what they are looking at, quite literally. None of them have ever seen anything like this before.
You didn't have to say literally piecing together. See, now we know that he was... Ugh. Why? One of two things was happening here, and I'm glad to take your theories on this, but my theory on this would either be he had them all like sat around, like they were having a convention or a tea party or something, or he was like that kid Sid from Toy Story, and he's like cutting parts off of one person, putting them on another person. It's just, ugh.
At night, police arrested Gerlach at Mount Moriah Cemetery near Philadelphia, a graveyard that's been reporting burglaries since November of 2025.
Look at all the... Oh my God, he's just been, he wasn't doing anything to cover this shit up. He's just digging them up all over the place. 100 bodies. I mean, they should, you don't catch this guy sooner?
He was found with a bag containing 2 sets of small children remains, 3 skulls, and other bones. Court documents say Gerlach admitted to using a crowbar to remove those remains from several underground vaults. Upon searching his car near the cemetery that evening, police say they found even more bones. Officers then obtained a...
You guys want a search warrant for his house? Fuck no. Why not? I don't want to find what I know we're going to find in there. Yeah, but we need to gather it for the trial. Can I just put a drop gun on him and shoot him? Like, I don't want to go in there and figure out, can we just burn the house down?
search warrant for his home.
It worked in Waco.
In Ephrata, where even more remains were found.
They were in the basement predominantly, although, as you can imagine, with 100 remains, it was...
In fairness, I mean, where are you going to put 100 dead bodies? In the living room? It's going to creep out your guests. You have it. Oh, he had them in the basement. Let's not judge. I mean, if you had a shitload of corpses you dug up from the cemetery, you're not going to keep them in plain sight. You know, keep the mess to one area of the house.
Not as though they were in an isolated area. We don't know exactly what he was doing with them. Time will tell. They were in various states. Understand, some of these are 200 years old. Some of them obviously much newer.
8 other bodies.
And he's like, we'll know what he was doing with them. Don't. There's no reason. If you find out what he was doing with them, how is that going to make your life better? If anything, it's just going to traumatize you. So just charge him with whatever you need to charge him with, the sanctity of the corpses or whatever, and let's lock this guy up. You don't need, I'm telling you, don't figure out what he did. There's no good that can come of that.
Discovered in his storage locker.
I grieve for those who are upset by this, who are going through it, who are trying to figure out if it is in fact their loved one or their child, because we found remains that we believe to be months-old infants among those that he had collected. So
kill it.
Our hearts go out to every family that is impacted by this.
Gerlach is charged with burglary, abuse of corpse, and desecration, among other charges. In Ephrata, Taylor Hess, WGAL News 8.
100 bodies in your basement dug up from cemetery. Is it better, worse, or indifferent that he got them from cemeteries rather than killing them himself? I mean, that would be better, right? Tinkelman says, or he was just hard up for money, so he's trying to steal stuff in the grave. I don't know. And then as soon as it got to the later part of the story, Tinkelman writes, never mind. Yeah, never mind is probably the way to go with that one. Brian says what I was thinking. Imagine the smell. Like, imagine how awful that house just reeked. Because that was one thing about, one thing that got John Wayne Gacy caught is that people kept complaining about the smell that was coming out of his crawl space. It was just disgusting because it was full of dead bodies. And he would get exterminate, or he would like put lime down there and all kinds of shit to try and control the smell. And it just kept getting worse and worse. People are saying, was he a John Wayne Gacy copycat? No. John Wayne Gacy raped and killed teenage boys and buried them in his crawl space. Ed Gein robbed graves. Do they even have any evidence? I'm so confused about the Ed Gein stuff because there's so much stuff they pinned on him apparently that he didn't do. But like all the grave robbings he did, they're still wondering if Ed Gein actually killed as many people that they say he killed. And that some of the bodies they found in his house weren't just graves that he robbed. This is more of an Ed Gein kind of a thing. Das Optic Nerve says Pogo. Hey, was it Pogo who killed the kids or was it John Wayne Gacy? I thought Pogo was the clown that did birthday parties. Did Pogo kill those boys? Uh-oh. Either way, I think we can all agree, Texas law. All right, guys, why don't you go ahead and Meow Meow says Ed Gein only killed 2. Yeah, but like the legend behind Ed Gein was like one of the, like a higher body count. And then as time went on, we found out, no, not so much. Not quite as many grave or as many murders for Ed Gein. More just the grave robbing. All right, guys, we have completely frozen up on memberships and everything else. I would appreciate it if you guys started a nice little rally for us. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. You guys got off to an incredible start today. I really appreciate it. 9 memberships away from 400. Rally up. Let's get everybody a membership today. Let's go ahead and do it. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and whatnot. I taste my own. You know what? He pays every month to be a member. I taste my own pre-cum becoming a member for 40 months. Thank you. Oh no, OG's becoming a member for 42 months on YouTube. Says the Rumble app still sucks. Red Fox Mad becoming a member for 44 months. on YouTube says, everyone subscribe to this WPH show. Go to Stoney's for a drink and WPH. Let's fucking go. Go Bears. I do not endorse any of that. Sam Show says, you taste your own what? I'm not repeating the guy's name. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's do a rally and keep this show nice and clean today. Did you hear the news? So we talked earlier today about how Donald Trump is going to be trying to he's trying to cap credit cards at 10% for at least a year. I don't know how he's going to pull that off, what with all the money the banks give politicians. I mean, that's something that's going to have to go through Congress. But he's trying to cap it at 10% per year, which I endorse. I think it's great. He also wants to stop corporations from being able to buy single-family homes. I love that, too. Now he's apparently sent, the Department of Justice is threatening the Federal Reserve with criminal charges for refusing to comply with President Trump's interest rate demands. Now, this is interesting because for a lot of people who haven't woken up to this yet, and there are people out there who don't know, the Federal Reserve is a separate entity from the federal government. They always say it's as federal as Federal Express. It's a private bank. So Donald Trump is saying lower the interest rates. Jerome Powell is saying, no, the indicators in the economy aren't in the right space to cut rates. We got to keep it where it is. We're still concerned about inflation. So now Trump is saying, can we charge this guy with a crime because he won't do what I tell him? Well, this is kind of the eye-opener for a lot of people who don't know. No, he can't charge Jerome Powell with a crime for not listening to the president because the president technically isn't his boss. So Jerome Powell is announcing that criminal charges have been referred to the DOJ for him not lowering the interest rates. Now, while I think this is a bullshit charge, I love that he's sticking it to the Fed. Trump is going to be like the first president to be assassinated but still be sucking Israel's dick. Like usually it's once they take Israel's dick out of their mouth, Kennedy and whatnot, that they get the car ride. Trump is going to die with the dick in his mouth. He's still going to be waging all the wars. He's still going to be supporting all the genocide. You watch, Israel is going to start deporting Gazans to Somaliland. They're going to relocate them there, and they're going to settle it and annex it. We're going to let them do it during the Trump administration. But he's going to fuck around with the credit card companies and the Federal Reserve, and he's going to get it. And meanwhile, we didn't even get like an act of rebellion out of him. He just crossed the owners.
Good evening.
It's a vampire.
Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June.
So they're saying he lied. They're saying he committed perjury.
That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy.
You hear that, guys? The Federal Reserve has a deep respect for the law and accountability. Get a load of him. That's rich. No, guys, no, really. The Federal Reserve, they really like accountability. So I got an idea. You guys like accountability, right? You're big into accountability. That's really, really good. How about an audit? What do you think about that? Audit sounds good. Yeah, an audit.
No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure.
So I may have committed perjury in front of Congress, which I don't know if he did or he didn't, but I may have committed perjury in front of Congress. I'm all for accountability, but right now they're trying to hold me accountable, and I'm against that. I think the idea of accountability is wonderful. Me possibly being held accountable, that's always bullshit.
This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings.
Oh.
It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony and other public disclosures, made every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project.
Gee, thanks.
Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public.
Ryan the Garbage Man says, Ron Paul looks good. Yeah, it's not. This guy is the polar opposite of Ron Paul. Yeah, so Trump thinks that Jerome Powell lied about the cost of the Federal Reserve renovation project so that they could get money. Whether or not that's something that's prosecutable, I don't know. It does seem like Trump and Powell have a very hot war going on between the two of them. It's not passive in any way. They don't like each other. Trump wants him to lower rates so we can get more money out there, even though that would be bad for inflation. He thinks it would help the economy because we've never tried to inflate our way out of a problem before and had it come back to bite us in the ass.
Rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment.
I don't trust any of you.
Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
I mean, he's not going to win any. He's not going to win any prizes for being a rousing orator. And either he's just like a really cool customer, or he doesn't give a shit. This isn't a big deal to him, and I think it's probably the latter. I do think. I will say I do think it is Trump just trying to rattle his cage. And also, if you pick a fight with the Federal Reserve, usually people are going to be on your side. So he's picking a fight with him. Don't be one of those people who's, like the Fauci shit where here we go, Hillary for prison and all that. It's not going to happen. But it is, I'm never going to stop a guy from wanting to hold the Federal Reserve's feet to the fire. $1 from Mr. Approachable. Oh, and thank you, Abel Graham, for the gifted membership. We need more of those, boy. 8 memberships away from 500. Let's go on a roll today, baby. Let's go on a roll. Approachable with $1 says, now I'm just curious. Can you get charged for pedophilia if it's an underage corpse? I don't want to know. That's why I want them to stop investigating this story and just lock the guy away forever. By the way, Drew got that membership. Awesome. Veldrain with $1 says, Gerlach is the first guy to ever be broken by Gorlock the Destroyer. There's a deep cut. Somebody in the chat was saying, I think it was Bapa Shab. Baba Shab says nothing is going to happen. People in the chat are saying time for an audit. They're not going to. They're not. I think what this is just more of Trump trying to save face because he can't get his way on interest rates. 8 memberships away from 400. And of course, if we get to those 8 memberships, I have to go until 11 today. Let's see if we've got an update on protests in St. Cloud. I did put something up. I'm sure there will be because God knows they ain't at work. You can always go check by Barnes & Noble or the library. Depends on if there's any funds to pay the protesters. The protesters will be from different cities and out of state. Now, I would like real answers as to whether or not there are any protests that are going to be going down in St. Cloud because, again, I'd head out there. And I'd get a few interviews. Why not? Throw us a like, throw us a follow, throw us a subscribe, and gift a shitload of memberships and give us lots of fucking money. What do you say? Speaking of money, Trump ain't giving any money to Minnesota. I think this will be struck down in the courts. I think cutting that daycare aid and the Medicaid to 5 states. I think that got struck down by a court, and they're going to have to fight that one all over again. All these executive orders end up getting fought. But Donald Trump has frozen Minnesota food stamps amid this fraud investigation. Now, I've told you about this one. Somali daycares, Somali healthcare, all that fraud. I mean, yeah, that's sizable, and that's a lot. But, and feeding our future, that was a bad one. I'm telling you, man, the food stamp fraud that's going on in Minnesota right now that they have not uncovered is gonna be bad. I mean, it's an open secret in St. Cloud that a lot of these Somali businesses buy food stamps for pennies on the dollar and then give the people cash and then turn them into the government for the money and make a huge markup. I mean, it's something that happens with, I think the regularity would shock you. And so it's nice that somebody's looking into this, and the Trump administration's solution is we're cutting off SNAP benefits to Minnesota. Now, a lot of people are going to say this isn't fair because you're now punishing people who really need this to feed their families. Okay, kind of gives you motivation to end the fraud, right? I mean, they are going to have to turn the screws. Minnesota is not a cooperative state. Walz doesn't even acknowledge that there is fraud going on in these instances. He thinks that Trump is just pulling our leg. He thinks this is all just a Trump vendetta. And it doesn't matter, man. Two things can be true at the same time. Trump can really want to stick it to Minnesota and really want to stick it to Walz. And Minnesota can be a state that's ripe for fraud investigations and has been ripping off its taxpayers for decades. Both of those things can be true. And so now the Trump administration says, fine, if you're not going to work with us, if you're not going to help us clean up this fraud, then we're going to cut off the healthcare aid. We're going to cut off SNAP. And with each one of these things they end, Walz gets angry, says Trump's a piece of shit. But at some point, the Trump administration will have to say to the Walz administration, if you want these back, all you have to do is help bust the fraud and clean it up. And then we'll be happy to send this shit back to you. The Trump administration announced Friday that it will suspend funding for food stamps and other hunger relief programs in Minnesota. And as what they describe as widespread and systemic fraud is associated with federal benefit programs in the state. In a letter addressed to Tim Walz and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins said the administration would freeze just over $129 million in annual funding from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to Minnesota and the city of Minneapolis. Secretary Rollins said, enough is enough. The Trump administration has uncovered massive fraud in Minnesota and Minneapolis, billions siphoned off by fraudsters, and those in charge have zero plan to fix it. Today, the U.S. Department of Agriculture is suspending federal financial awards to Minnesota and Minneapolis effective immediately until sufficient proof has been provided that the fraud has stopped. So that's it. The last time we said that we're stopping funding for these daycares until the fraud is stopped, some big brain genius, totally not 65 IQ Somali guy came out and said, oh man, a bunch of whiteys broke into my daycare and stole all the records you guys need to see in order for me to get my benefits again. So could you just give me your benefits? No, that's not how it works. But Minnesota is seeing the SNAP benefits taken away. And again, all of this is just to put pressure on the governor to clean up the fraud. But every time Trump, his pride is involved. This is why it's not enough for him not to run for a third term. This motherfucker's got to resign. I mean, we got to get him out of here because he sees this as a struggle between he and Trump, and now the people of Minnesota are going to be the ones who get hurt because he can't swallow his pride, admit that he fucked up and got caught, and try to fix the problem. Because he sees this as, oh, Trump's attacking us, guys. Come on, Trump's attacking us. You're on my side, right? And the Minnesotans are like, no, you've been letting this fucking fraud go forever. We're totally not on your side. Even if we don't think Trump is the greatest, you're a dick. So he's going to dig in and fight this as an us against the world battle instead of cleaning up our own backyard. So as long as he stays governor, a lot of people are going to get hurt. A lot of people are going to be without their benefits because this guy's too proud to admit that he let some bad shit happen and he won't clean it up. I mean, that's the long and short of it. So figure it out, hold people's feet to the fire, and let's fucking get this done. Eric Cartman says digital ID will be used because of this fraud. You know, I've been wondering that myself. I've been sitting here watching all this stuff about Minnesota, and I've been going, all right, while this is going on over here, what are they going to do over here? What's the big play going to be? And it's interesting. Sam Show says the people on SNAP don't give a shit about fraud. All they care about is their benefits stopped and who stopped them. It'll just motivate them against Trump and the Republicans. Well, and, you know, also, Johnny has told us this, too, that they're killing a lot of these programs because of the fraud, and the people who actually need the programs are the people who are kind of getting it stuck to them because of the people making shit up and stealing money. So it doesn't just hit the fraudsters. It hits everybody. By the way, guys, come on. Couple memberships, couple likes, couple here, couple there. Little PayPal, Venmo, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I'm not going to do the thing. But the thing doesn't look good right now, so let's go. And, hey, that thing you were doing from like 6 to 8, let's do that. That was awesome. Keep that going. The last 2 hours have been a great show. Awesome show. Thank you so much for the support. See if we can't put my blood pressure back down a little bit. Hey, we've been watching some of the protests in Minnesota, and we've been saying this is bullshit. These people aren't accomplishing anything. This is so stupid. Maybe we should look to other cities for protest advice, because there's not just protests going on in Minneapolis. After all this ICE stuff, I mean, there's protests going on in Chicago, in Los Angeles, and yes, even Portland. States who see protests going on somewhere else, they get really bad FOMO and they say, don't protest without me. And we go, well, what are you protesting? And they're just like, life. Just, we're in Portland, so we protest. That's kind of their number one export is obnoxious protests. That's what Portland does. So they got out yesterday and they decided that they were going to send a message to ICE that was straight out of the 1980s. And I'll be honest, as douchey and as cringe as this is going to be, I would rather see this than people in Minnesota blocking the streets, blocking hotels, being dicks. These are conga line protesters in Portland. I wish I were making it up, but in Portland, they've decided to form conga lines to stop ICE.
Good, let's take it all the way around this audience. We're going to take it all the way around this audience right here. You guys stay right where you're at. You're perfect.
Yeah. This is real. This is Portland. Like, again, we can mock Portland. We can talk about how everyone here is gay for sure, and they all are, 100%. But again, tell me you wouldn't rather have this mildly obnoxious buffoonery going on versus what's going on in Minneapolis right now. I'll take this anytime. I mean, as Tommy Lee Jones once said, I cannot sanction his buffoonery, but it's buffoonery I'll take over what's going on here. And they committed to the 80s outfits like a lot of them have committed. That's pretty good. Oh, that's a fun little sign, too. No ice, let it snow. Get it? They want cocaine instead of immigration reform. So there you go. Now we see different kinds of protests. You have the Minneapolis protests, and you have conga line protests. Which one would you like? It's up to you. Hey, Eric Cartman got that membership from Hostile Soldiers. Now they don't have to worry about watching ads. Isn't that nice? Thank you so much, Hostile Soldier, for the gifted membership. And $10 from Nicholas, my golfing buddy, over on PayPal. Thank you, sir. That's very, very welcome on this program. 7 memberships away from 400 and having to go until 11 today. Buy us a little extra time. We appreciate it. 150. No. Can't say it. I almost fucked up. I was reading. 7 memberships away from 400. Veldrain with $1 says people trading SNAP benefits for money happens in every big city that has homeless shelters and has been going on for 15 plus years. Right. Like if they would look into it, there would be a lot of fraud in the old food stamp world. Thank you to On a Wall for gifting a membership to Goat Wrangler. Uh-oh, I see a possible membership train starting. 6 memberships away from 400. 6. Oh, there's Rob gifting 5 memberships. Oh, boy, here they come.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Here they come. Thank you very much, Rob. We're 1 membership away from 400. Thank you so much, Angelica's Doll, Tarnished Maiden, Jen Carlisle, Ryan the Garbage Man, and Caliente, all getting memberships. Wow. And we have to update our standings. Holy shit. We've got 25. There we go. Rob with his 5. That puts him in 4th place. Red Fox Mad is now in central booking at 21. And Coltrane is falling out at 11. Thank you guys so much. I love those 1 membership, 5 memberships at a time. $5-10 in PayPal and Venmo. Hey guys, that is awesome. Thank you so much for your support. 1 more membership and I have to go until 11 today, which is, hey, like I said, okay with me. And once again, thank you, Nicholas, my golfing buddy. I appreciate that. Okay, so you know how earlier today we were talking about that former adult film star? Oh, Eric Hartman says, did you send everyone's VIP stuff on Friday, Aaron? I sent everyone's VIP stuff last Wednesday. The only 2 people who have not gotten me their information are our 2 new VIPs, which was, who was it? Oh, God damn it. Not Rabbi Smoothie, although it was good to see the rabbi back. Wally World and what's his nuts? Got it. Oh, God, he's the one that they accuse of being SP, isn't it? Well, fuck, I can't remember. Well, either way, I haven't gotten your information from either of you. I'd like to, so I can get your guys' stuff to you, so I can order that for you. By the way, people were asking, where's Walter today? They're like, oh, no Walter show. Oh, Main Vein, there it is. Main Vein and Walter are the 2 people they think are SP. They think Walter, Steven, and Main Vein are all SP. That's their working theory. And I say we let them believe it. By the way, Chad Buzmak was gifted a membership by Toe Turns Women Gay. I saw Buzmak was getting in some, when I would go through my Twitter feed, he was getting some heat. Something about Clippers, and there's this whole world, like that whole Dabbleverse thing is falling apart. It's crumbling. Their hosts are having meltdowns, and it's like they feel like they're forced to talk about all these different people. It's like, you're not. I do a show every day that has nothing to do with it. You can do, I mean, you couldn't do what I do and make any money, but like you could try if it's driving you that nuts. I look forward to doing my show every morning. I love it. You should try it. It's peaceful. But like they're all complaining, and then they're not making as much money as they used to, all these shows. So now they're turning on these people who are clipping their shows and saying that, well, they're all stealing money from us now. And it's like, no, they're not. Shut up. You're not that important. And then somebody was giving Buzmak shit. This is how stupid what I was reading was. There was some lady who was yelling at Buzmak because Chad Buzmak announced that he was going camping. I know. I get caught in these Twitter loops, and sometimes they're too much fun. They were like, yeah, fuck you. You shouldn't be telling people that you're going camping. Nobody gives a shit. And like, to me, okay, like you can announce on Twitter you're going camping, just like people take pictures of their food and shit. And then if you put out there that you're camping and no one gives a shit, who cares? I didn't know that was something that would start a fight, but then again, that's that world that we conquered and destroyed and moved on from. I mean, that is what a conquered world looks like, unfortunately. So we talked about Riley Reid, the adult film star who now is telling the internet, hey, would you guys mind taking all my stuff down? I would really appreciate it if you didn't share any more of my videos or any more of my stuff, which, you know, I feel for her. I really do. But it's not going to fix things. If anything, it's going to make shit worse. And I think what you do is you move on, you raise your family, you raise your children. And yeah, one day your children are going to find out about it. And then when they do, you can have a discussion with them. If anything, it's something you can use to show the kids that no matter how many mistakes you make, you can always turn your life around. And it doesn't always go that way in the adult film industry. And in fact, most of the time, it ends really tragically. it ends really poorly. I mean, you look at even like Jenna Jameson. She's had a terrible go of it since she retired from that industry. And then there's the ones that die, the drug problems, the mental issues, the exploit. I mean, it's the dirtiest, nastiest business you could possibly get into. So some of them end like Riley Reid, and that's a great story. But some of them end like this Devin Michaels. She was not a fan of her. Now, they say ex-husband in the story. I don't know if this was husband, and once you murder your husband, he becomes an ex-husband, or if she murdered her ex-husband. But either way, why would you murder your ex-husband or your ex-wife? As a guy who's had a couple of ex-wives in his day, you're happy that they're gone. You're happy that it's done and over with. You don't want to have contact with them. You don't want to meet to exchange items, let alone kill them. Developing an alibi, dyeing your hair, the physical exertion that is murder, hiding the body, covering it up. It just seems like a lot for someone that you should be grateful to have out of your life. A Las Vegas woman and former adult film star was sentenced to 28 years to life in prison for the brutal murder of her ex-husband. Devin Michaels was her name. She received the sentence for killing and beheading Jonathan Willett in August 2023. A jury convicted Michaels in November of first-degree murder with a deadly weapon. And again, like, he was out. He was gone. You didn't have to deal with him anymore. And then you kill him? I mean, if you cut your lazy fucking nudnik husband's head off while he's sitting there watching the game and ignoring you, all right, crime of passion. It can be understood if not condoned. But you're free, he's gone, he's out of the picture, and you still feel the need to cut his head off? I guess we can understand whose idea the divorce was. Also, don't date and marry porn chicks. I know, look, Riley Reid has a family, Lana Rhoades has a family. Wow, good for them. That's amazing. Those are the exceptions, not the rule. Don't date these women. Stay away from them. Let somebody else fix them. All right? I think a lot of people on the internet have seen recently up close and personal what these crazy, drug-addled, mentally damaged porn chicks can do to a guy. That, you think they're just destroying themselves. No, they're dragging you down too. Leave the porn girls alone. All right? She belongs to the streets, my man. She belongs to the streets, and that's all there is to it. There's no getting her back from the streets, my friend. Eric Cartman says, what about Courtney Clenny? What the Courtney Clenny thing, has she gone to trial yet? Because that bitch totally just murdered her boyfriend. She has this whole alibi where she's like, no, he was attacking me. And she was like, all these OnlyFans porn girls, like all these pick-me chicks, they all have the same MO. Make sure everyone thinks you're a victim, accuse everyone of doing shit they didn't do, and then try to grift off the sympathy to get out of whatever you're responsible for. It's like a goddamn playbook that they all get. Like, when you die in Beetlejuice and you get the handbook of the recently deceased? Like, pick me's guide to a breakup. And it's all the same thing. Anawal says her trial starts in April. Yeah, she totally murdered that guy. Self-defense my ass. $1 from Hulkamasha Baby says you'd never meet to exchange items. Just put them in the rain. Well, no, I put them out in the nice weather. Then you get arrested for cocaine possession, and then it rains. You were supposed to. If you would have picked your shit up that morning, you wouldn't have gotten busted for drugs. I try to help people. I try to help, and you just got to let people learn on their own. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you for the $1. One membership away from 400 memberships on today's show. Thank you very much. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care Towing can come pick you up. When you go in the ditch, you slip on the ice, you get in an accident, whatever the case may be, nobody picks you up faster than our friends at All Care Towing. Again, put the number in your phone, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com, of course, for knives, optics, parts and gear, whatever you need for home protection, hunting, self-protection, carry. Midland Armory, Derek and Tracy, they know it all. Talk to them today at Midland Armory in downtown Foley or contact them at midlandarmory.com. Either way, they have what you need and the answers that you're looking for. Then the suppressor process, they handle all of it in-house at Midland Armory. That's Midland Armory, downtown Foley, or midlandarmory.com. Enjoy a drink, enjoy a weekend, enjoy playoff football, enjoy college football national championships. Enjoy it all at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. The best ultimate Bloody Marys money can buy. A fun atmosphere with live music every single weekend. Don't miss the party at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. They've also got 250 cans on Thursdays. They claim White Power Wednesday, but I disagree. I don't think so. Talk to Cheetos. Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Visit Stoney's today. Eric Hartman says, did All Care get Renee Good's car? I don't think they were involved in that. No, I don't think. That's a good question, though. All right, guys, we are one membership away from me having to go until 11 today. Keep gifting those memberships. Keep throwing us a little something. We do appreciate it. You guys have been great. Wildcard renewing his membership for 43 months on YouTube. Rusty Grammar renewing his membership for 44 months on YouTube. Says thanks for the reminder. I have some ideas for our YouTube members only this week. I also have some ideas for a Rumble members only this week. I think you'll like it. Boozmock says, are the Stoney's gift cards ever coming back? You haven't given away or sold any in a while. I did. You're right. I did take those off the table in the run up to the anniversary show because I didn't want people to, like stockpile them and drop them all on Cheetos at once. I guess I could bring those back. I'll talk to Cheetos about it and see. I'll be honest with you. I haven't even thought about it. Thanks for bringing it up. And thank you to Nader P for gifting a membership to Ned Flanders. You know what that means.
So many Somalians in this bitch.
That means we've hit 400 today, and I'm going until 11. Looks like I'm hanging out for a while with you guys, and that's okay. That's okay. Let's go on a run, man. 100 away from 500. You guys are doing very nice today. You're almost to a thing of a deal. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Where are we? 725 still. Hot damn. Thank you guys very much. Keep the algorithm churning. The subs have been going up. Throw in a couple of bucks if you're feeling appreciative. Thank you so much. Hey, you guys want to make fun of Mark Levin for a little while?
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Of course, Mark. So Megyn Kelly and Owen Schroyer are ripping Mark Levin a new asshole for something he said about Catholics recently. Now, Megyn Kelly to me is more like establishment center right. And then Owen Schroyer, look to Owen Schroyer, by the way, because he's kind of where Alex Jones was. He's still got that hunger, that fire in the belly. He hasn't been destroyed by lawsuits and government interference and all this shit the way Alex has. I mean, if you watch Alex Jones lately and his content, it does seem like Alex has capitulated. It does seem like Alex has maybe not become full, like part of the state, but he's definitely not poking and provoking the deep state like he used to. Owen Schroyer is still out there dropping truth bombs. Mark Levin made some comments about Catholics recently that did not go over very well. And it's going to allow us to shit on and watch other people shit on Mark Levin. By the way, Mark Levin, Dan Bongino, all of these guys are just getting destroyed online. Now, that's not the be-all, end-all, and it's not a barometer for how the world feels or anything like that, but it's the battlefield they're choosing, and they're getting crushed. Dave Smith was going back and forth with Dan Bongino on Twitter this week, and it's like Dan Bongino has amnesia and doesn't realize that he's the guy who covered for a Mossad pedo. and that's his legacy. And he's acting like he's the standard bearer and the flag waver for Make America Great Again and Trump and America First. When in reality, everyone thinks this guy's a fucking turncoat who got a job in the FBI and then left us all out in the cold. You know, in 2023, it was Epstein was Mossad. Epstein, they're covering up all this stuff. If I ever get in there, we're going to get the Epstein files. They even said that in the run-up to their confirmations. And then he gets in there, and all of a sudden he goes, Epstein, I've seen all the files. He killed himself. He wasn't trafficking anybody, nothing. And it was like one of the great betrayals who, you know, if you'd been paying attention, we should have all seen it coming. I didn't see it coming. But him and Patel and Bondi, they all sold us down the river on the Epstein thing. To this day, they've only released 1 or 2% of what they have. And Dan Bongino comes back to the internet after leaving the Trump administration last week, and he acts like he's some conquering hero that everybody's going to be happy to see. And then he starts getting all the pushback, people saying he enabled Epstein, he covered it all up, he's a traitor, this and that. So then he goes on this tirade that he's actually fighting against the grifters and the black pillars, and those people are all anti-Trump, and he's truly MAGA. Dave Smith checked him on this. Dave Smith absolutely won the exchange. And Dan Bongino is joining forces with Mark Levin and these other Zionist shills against these people who are pushing back against the status quo. Let's see how it goes. We'll do Megyn Kelly first. And then we've got an Owen Schroyer clip where Owen calls Mark Levin, and I quote, a national security threat and an enemy of all white people. That shit's going to get good. Here's Megyn talking to Tucker about Mark Levin.
I love. And after that event at Turning Point, he posted a picture of that rosary. And Mark Levin chose that picture of Jack Posobiec holding his rosary to attack, calling him, I'm trying to remember the word. It was like wacko or freak. It was something extremely pejorative and diminished.
Isn't it amazing that when a Christian holds up a rosary to a Jew, they're a freak or a weirdo or whatever? But Jews literally have an ethno-state. An ethno-state that is buttressed by the world's greatest superpower. And meanwhile, a guy on stage holding up a crucifix, well, that's disgusting. Well, that guy's obviously a Christian fundamentalist. Well, that guy's obviously, he's a piece of shit. That guy's garbage. He's probably attacking my family.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
But you get an ethno-state where if we criticize you at all, you get to call us the most foul names in the world. And that's the problem. That shit isn't working anymore, and they have to find a new tact.
And there's no accident that he chose that picture. If you Google this guy, you can find 10,000 pictures of him on the internet. It is not hard to find a suit and tie picture of Jack Posobiec.
It's literally all he wears. He's actually a robot. They hang him up from the ceiling by strings at night. And they power him down, and then they boot him up in the morning. And sometimes Jack Posobiec short circuits, and he says things like, maybe we should stop funding Israel, and they just unplug him and plug him back in. It's amazing what they do with this technology nowadays.
Or even Jack in a T-shirt, if you want to make him look more casual. He chose that picture. And it's no accident, Tucker, because he held that up, because I genuinely think Mark Levin thinks Catholics who pray the rosary are freaks, that we are kooks.
Of course.
You don't think Jews hate Catholics? Oh my God, Megyn, read a book. Jewish activists infiltrated the Catholic Church during the Second Vatican Council to get the Catholics to pick a pope who would be softer on Jews, not talk about how they killed Jesus, and would reach out to other faiths to mend fences. The Catholic Church had become too powerful in the 60s. And so they were infiltrated and they were compromised. That's why some people still point to Vatican II as their break with the Vatican Church. Also, you ask any Jewish person, goddamn, who was the former Israeli, was it prime minister or cabinet member, who said that Islam is the broom of Judaism? Meaning that they like that all these Muslim immigrants are going into Christian countries and basically watering them down because they need to weaken the Catholics. They need to weaken the Christians because they're the only religion that really has confronted them throughout history. That's why they call Islam the great broom of Judaism. Jews also want to take over the Vatican. Some Jews, I shouldn't say all, Orthodox Zionist Jews, they want to take over the Vatican because they believe the hidden gospels that prove that Jesus was not divine exist inside the Vatican and that the Catholic Church is keeping them away from people. So, yeah, Mark Levin is absolutely picking clips of Christian Catholic men holding the rosary and ridiculing them because he hates them. Yes, correct.
And that's one of the reasons why he thinks we're completely fair game to attack as woke Reich, which is what he's called me and you and others, anti-Semitic.
Woke Reich, in fairness, is pretty badass. Go ahead.
Because you're anti-Semitic because you're holding up a rosary? Well, that's sick. That's absolutely disgusting. And if you take the religious discussion there, you want to go back and argue about Jesus and Jews' role around the time of Christ?
Oh, boy.
Okay,
I'm here for this time period. I'm glad I'm alive in this era. Go ahead, Megan.
Let's do that. How's that going to end? About the same as the discussion.
I'll tell you how it's going to end, with all of us being called anti-Semites and being thrown into a camp. That's how it's going to work, Megan.
That people wanted to raise about black crime versus white crime ended. Glenn Lowry stood up at the time saying, that's not going to end well. Stop doing that. Stop talking about suggesting whites are committing all the crimes. You know what they're going to do soon? Is they're going to bring up some uncomfortable truths about blacks, which is eventually how that ended. Just stop, all right? Because never in my life in arguing with someone like a Mark Levin would I bring up his faith beliefs and call him a kook for them. That's just so...
I will. I'll do that. You want me to do that? I'll do it. Hire me.
So hateful and disrespectful. Never would I do such a thing. But there's a reason he chose that photo with the rosary and tried to diminish Jack Posobiec, and I would argue Catholics and Christians who also pray the rosary.
I think that he probably likes those non-denominational, the watered-down Christian churches, but they definitely don't like Catholics. She's right about that one. Hey, thank you, Eso Horny, for $27. Unbelievable.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Thank you. Eso says Dave Smith on the right side of history. Unfunny Jew, though. I mean, I've never thought that Dave was a particularly incredible stand-up, but I appreciate, his political takes and stuff like that. By the way, that's going to put Eso in first place, Red Fox Mad in second, Oh No OGs in third, Wally World in fourth, and Rob is in central booking at 25. Goodbye, Red Fox Mad, for now. For now, Red Fox Mad always bounces back, but at 21, he's going to fall out of the top 5. Thank you very much. So now we got to go. I got to throw my thank yous out. Again, thank you very much, Eso Horny. We got to throw a few more thank yous out there before we continue. We are going until 11, by the way. You guys hit, and boy, did you hit that 400 mark. Veldrain with $1 says, guys, please stop sharing old clips of Aaron. He has a family. $2 from Joey Caravello says, you little bastard, you sodomized my wife and didn't let me watch. I mean, tell him when he's telling lies, I guess. Thank you very much. 100 memberships away from 500. All I'm saying is 20 more memberships, and boy, am I a happy guy. That's all. I'm not saying anything specific. Ryan the Garbage Man says, I bet you'd like Megyn Kelly to hire you, you dirty boy. I mean, she's almost old enough to be my mom. Really? I mean, hold on a minute. And we're going to go to this Owen clip in just a second. Megyn Kelly, 55. Okay, well, she would have been a very young kind of trailer trash mom if she were my mom. She would have been 16. She would have been on MTV. She would have been 16 and pregnant if she was my mom. But it's feasible. Older sister. How about that? How about older sister? Let's go to, so now Megyn Kelly kind of danced around it. And she went, I think he picked that for a reason. The rosary, Catholicism. Mark Levin wanted to attack that. You attack my religion, you bastard. Owen Schroyer is not as diplomatic as Megyn Kelly. And if this is a lot of you guys' first experience watching Owen Schroyer, he studied under the tutelage of Alex Jones and worked for InfoWars for a while. Owen does not give a fuck. Owen is a dude, man. He is a G when it comes to this stuff. And where Megyn Kelly might be going right up to the line, saying, exactly what you can say while still, keeping decorum. Owen doesn't give a shit about that. This is Owen dressed as Dexter, giving his take on the Mark Levin situation.
Hear from Mark Levin is going to be maybe the most important thing you've ever heard as far as our relation with Israel, the Zionists, and their agents operating in the United States of America.
By the way, I am kind of glad. I know some people see it as soft. I kind of like that some people have started saying Zionist, and I try to say Zionist as much as I can. Because I think when you say Jews, you're kind of hitting yourself over the head with a mallet a little bit. Because A, you don't mean Jews. You mean Zionists, people with a certain worldview. Like I've said before, I've hung out and, gone to dinner with like plenty of Jewish people. There's a difference between Jewish people and the Zionists that are actively sabotaging our nation. So I'm actually, I used to get mad when people would say that, but I think it's an important distinction because you got to be careful. With Zionists, they will use any little crack or crevice against you and they'll open it up into a chasm. You got to be very precise. They're not, one thing about Zionists, they're not stupid and you can't underestimate them.
What you're about to hear from Mark Levin, and again, I give him credit because he's being honest. And not only is he being honest, he's telling you that this is how everybody feels. He's just the only one that's willing to say it. But I want you to listen very carefully to what Mark Levin says here, and then we'll add a little context afterwards. But when you listen to what Levin says and you understand what he just says, what he just said, you'll understand the problem. And you'll understand why Mark Levin is a security threat. Listen to what Mark...
By the way, to call Mark Levin a security threat, I don't think is too strong either because Mark Levin clearly loves another country more than he loves America. But he keeps telling America what we should do to help that other country. I mean, this guy does not give a fuck about us. I mean, Ben Shapiro also, he's in the same kind of mold as Mark Levin, where he said, A, he thinks Benjamin Netanyahu should be president, which is fucking insane. And he also said the only reason he's proud to be an American is because Israel exists. That if we didn't support Israel, he doesn't know if Israel would exist, and therefore he wouldn't feel comfortable being an American. He's like, as a Jewish person, we now have somewhere we can go. And it's like, well, that kind of sounds like being a fair weather fan, like a rat that would leave a sinking ship. I mean, the way these people talk when you pay attention to them, it's really weird and fucked up and troubling. They're not being a cute little weirdo.
Levin says in this clip,
I'm supposed to, what, shed crocodile tears for what's going to happen to these people? I'm not. Maybe I'm the only one who will voice it, but I'm not. Israel has every right to throw every damn thing it has at barbarians. And if there are innocent people, quote unquote, civilians who are killed, then maybe they ought to organize to take out the government they elected. Oh,
Jesus. Like, it's just, his whole worldview is predicated on he's part of a superior race. Again, the parallels that you can draw with modern day Israel and the mentality of Nazi Germany are striking. He feels like he's part of a superior race. I mean, just the way he talks about Gazans and Palestinians, the way he talks about them with such disdain in his voice, such disgust that how dare he even have to deal with people like this, that he should wear gloves when he's around them and a mask maybe. And if they get caught in the crossfire, well, then fuck them. I mean, that's not something you say about someone who you consider a human being. If you consider someone a human being and an equal, you don't say, well, if they get caught in the crossfire, then maybe they should have overthrown the government. It's like, oh, so if women and children get murdered, children can't vote out the government. And I'm sure a lot of women aren't allowed to vote out their government. So it's really an evil take. You have to be an evil person to believe this way.
but don't hurt the civilians. Look, we have to defend ourselves. The Israelis have to defend ourselves. The free world has to defend itself. And if there's collateral damage, well, that's too bad.
It's a monster. I mean, that's a budding war criminal. And do you like the spin they do at the end? Israel has to defend itself. The free world has to defend. You're not part of the free world to me. Like, I don't feel a kinship with you. The free world, they hate you. And when you read their texts, when you read the things they write, they only hate us because we're thrown in with you. This is not a free world problem, buddy. This is a you problem. Before you were in that area, we were fine.
Now, I'm gonna play a couple parts of that. So in case you missed it there. If there's collateral damage, that's too bad.
Right.
Folks, he's talking about you.
Oh.
If you have to die to
part.
protect Israel's interest, that's too bad.
Oh, see, I didn't take that away from it. I literally thought he meant Palestinians. That's an interesting idea. I bet you he'd feel that way when push came to shove, sure. Because I do think Mark Levin feels a closeness with Israel that he doesn't feel with America. And he sees America, he feels a closeness with America so long as they support Israel.
And Mark Levin is proud of that. And Mark Levin himself has exposed himself as being an anti-white bigot. He believes that white people are inherently anti-Semitic. He said as much.
Correct.
And now he's out here saying any collateral damage to protect the interest of Israel or Jewish people, so be it. Blow up the entire world by that logic. Kill every single American by that logic. As long as Israel and the Jewish interests and the Zionist interests are protected. That's Mark Levin for you right there. Do you understand why this is the biggest national security threat that our country faces right there?
I mean, I agree. Every national security threat we have stems from this national security threat. And yes, Zionists would drag America into bankruptcy to keep Israel afloat. So, yeah, I don't even think that's Owen reaching that this is our biggest national security threat because it's the first branch that all the other branches take off from.
These people run our foreign policy.